Chapter 804. Bully Jing Xianjing, Unsightly Manners Underscore. She knew Zheng Xianjing wasn't the savior of Master Du, but she never imagined that the person who saved Master Du would be Ni Yang. That country bumpkin Ni Yang, what qualifies her? Previously, I must have been blind not to see the gem in front of me. Turns out, the real Miss Zheng is the one who saved Master Du's life. These two, mother and daughter, are shameless. At this point, they're still desperately struggling? Do they really think Master Du is a fool? That he can't recognize his own lifesaver? Master Zheng's face flashed a shade of embarrassment. You're right. My apologies for this farce. Please come inside, Yang Yang is in there. While speaking, he motioned to the servants beside him, hurry and take Madam and the young miss back to their room to rest. Under these circumstances, if Zheng Lingling and Zheng Xianjing continued to stay at the banquet, it would be utterly humiliating. Just a moment ago, the mother-daughter duo Zheng Lingling and Zheng Xianjing were the center of attention, and now, they had become the laughingstock. As she passed by Ni Yang, Zheng Xianjing's eyes were filled with nothing but hate and jealousy. What makes Ni Yang so special? Why should she take credit for what I did? Zheng Xianjing wished she could rush up and tear Ni Yang's face apart, but she managed to hold herself back. She had already been humiliated once. She couldn't allow it to happen a second time. Just wait. She will definitely have her revenge for today's events. Zheng Xianjing's face was deathly pale as she followed Zheng Lingling back to their room. However, the whispers behind her hadn't stopped. Especially those who had been looked down upon by Zheng Xianjing, they were now laughing until tears nearly flooded their eyes. I have to go back and tell Siyu the good news. She'll be so happy when she hears it. Who is Zhang Siyu? Zhang Siyu is the wealthy girl who was severely humiliated by Zheng Xianjing last time. Thinking of the mocking faces of those people, Zheng Xianjing was so furious she was about to explode. Xianjing, as long as Qingshan exists, there's no fear of no firewood. Zheng Lingling held onto Zheng Xianjing's hand. Zheng Xianjing clenched her teeth tightly and nodded her head. Shangguan she pulled on Ni Yang's hand and whispered, Zheng Xianjing really has some nerve to even dare impersonate Master Du's savior. Doesn't she realize who Master Du is, that a little girl could deceive him? Shangguan she had already seen what Ni Yang was capable of, so Ni Yang having rescued Master Du was not a surprise to her at all. Ni Yang swirled her wine in the tall glass, the liquid rippling in circles under the crystal light, oblivious to the fact that she had become the focal point of the entire hall's discussion. She's still too young, too naive, spoke Ni Yang in an indifferent tone. Shangguan she looked at Ni Yang in surprise. Yang, if I remember correctly, you're actually 2 years younger than Zheng Xianjing, aren't you? Ni Yang was even younger than Zheng Xianjing, yet she was calling Zheng Xianjing a little girl. What was terrifying was that Shangguan she didn't feel any dissonance in her statement. Ni Yang shrugged slightly. Really? I thought she was the same age as me. Adorned in a dazzling red dress, she complimented the liquid in her glass. Her radiant smile was like a blooming flower, bringing to mind an idiom. A beauty so exquisite as jade. In her, there was an added brilliance of attractiveness, grace, and elegance. Master Du raised his brow slightly. This young lady really was full of surprises. Miss Ni, said Master Du as he fingered his Buddha beads and approached Ni Yang. Mr. Du, Ni Yang glanced back slightly. Thank you for your birthday gift, you're too kind. It's the least I could do, said Master Du. You're my lifesaver after all. Ni Yang raised her glass. Hey race to you. Thank you. Master Du grabbed a glass of red wine from the table and clinked glasses with Ni Yang. Happy birthday. The warmth of the alcohol spread down his throat with an indescribable potency. Master Du glanced at the beautiful wine in surprise. Oh, and, Ni Yang went on, this is my sister, Shangguan Shi. Sister Xiaoxi, this is Mr. Du. Master Du nodded. Miss Shangguan? Master Du. Shangguan she had heard tales of Master Du's heroics since she was little. She didn't have the courage to address Master Du in the casual manner that Ni Yang did. Master Du, being a busy man, didn't stay long in the banquet hall. Although it was only for a short time, it still brought endless glory to the Zheng family. Those who had tried to curry favor with Zheng Xianjing earlier by stepping on Ni Yang now regretted their actions deeply. They had been blind, but now, it was too late for regrets. In the room, Zheng Xianjing laid on the bed sobbing uncontrollably, her features twisted. I will never forgive that bitch Ni Yang. Chapter 805. Bullied Zheng Xianjing, Unsightly Manners _3. Xianjing, stop crying, Zheng Lingling comforted her. She too hadn't expected such a thing to happen. She thought today Zheng Xianjing was going to be the highlight of the evening, but instead, she became the laughingstock of the whole event. Who would have thought that Ni Yang would turn out to be Mr. Du's lifesaver? Zheng Xianjing cried bitterly, and Sun Wu was also frustrated, chain-smoking. I told you long ago that your plan wouldn't work. When facing someone like Mr. Du, you should cling tightly to him. But the two of you insisted on playing hard to get. Now look, you've messed up and gained nothing for your efforts. He had even thought about becoming Mr. Du's father-in-law. Now it's all over. Everything is gone. Zheng Lingling scolded. Your daughter is like this, and you still have the mood to make sarcastic remarks. Are you still human? Zheng Xianjing cried. It's all that bitch Ni Yang's fault. She stole my thing. Clearly, I was Mr. Du's lifesaver. There must be something fishy going on. It was that bitch Ni Yang seducing Mr. Du. Definitely. Why did all the good things fall into Ni Yang's lap? Why was she the one who became the joke? Zheng Xianjing truly couldn't accept it. She just couldn't. She extremely loathed Ni Yang. Zheng Lingling said, Yes, Xianjing, you're right. That Ni Yang is the bane of our family of 3. First, she took our family fortune, and now even your credit. Don't worry, Mom won't let her get away with it. We still have a long way to go. Tonight, although the Zheng family had their moment, they also lost face. After the banquet ended, Master Zheng's expression was grim as he told the servant, Go and call down the madam and miss. Yes, the servant went upstairs to call them. Shortly after, Zheng Lingling and Zheng Xianjing came down from upstairs. The mother and daughter had changed into plain clothes, looking somewhat haggard, especially Zheng Xianjing, whose eyes were swollen from crying. Father, Zheng Lingling took the initiative to speak. Master Zheng, with a stern face, said, Explain this situation. He hadn't managed affairs in many years, and his sudden stern expression was very oppressive. Zheng Lingling continued, Dad, this incident is all my fault. I didn't teach Xianjing well. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Xianjing is still young. Please don't blame her. Young? Master Zheng looked up at Zheng Lingling. You have the audacity to say that. If I'm not mistaken, Yang Yang is even 2 years younger than her. Look at her and then look at Yang Yang. Is this the daughter you've raised over the years? Zheng Lingling turned pale. In what ways was Zheng Xianjing inferior to Ni Yang? Just because she wasn't as seductive as Ni Yang? This biased old man. He never doubted Ni Yang. Without even investigating, he assumed it was Zheng Xianjing's fault. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before their family of 3 would be kicked out of the house. Zheng Lingling clenched her fingers. Thud. Zheng Xianjing knelt down. Grandfather, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I let greed cloud my judgment. I shouldn't have boasted about being Mr. Du's lifesaver, causing our Zheng family such disgrace. You can beat or scold me. Master Zheng then said, Bring the family discipline. Yes. The servant bowed and went upstairs to fetch the family discipline. The Zheng family's discipline was a leather whip, as thick as an adult's forefinger, which would certainly bruise and break the skin when lashed. Zheng Lingling got a fright, her face turned pale. Zheng Xianjing was frail. How could she withstand such a thick whip? Indeed, one wouldn't know to cherish if not their own blood. If it were Ni Yang, would Master Zheng have allowed someone to bring such a thick whip? Today, Zheng Xianjing made such a mistake, and if she didn't suffer some consequences, Master Zheng couldn't justify it to the outside world. Moreover, the child really did need to be disciplined, otherwise, who knows what she might become. Master Zheng raised the whip and lashed it down on Zheng Xianjing. Zheng Xianjing, terrified, tightly closed her eyes. Bang! The whip was so painful that Zheng Xianjing cried out in pain. She had been pampered since she was a child and had never experienced such beating. When the second lash came, Zheng Lingling timely shielded Zheng Xianjing, and the whip hit her instead. When Master Zheng was angry, Mrs. Zheng stayed silent, just watching the mother and daughter by the side. Chapter 806. Bully Zheng Xianjing, Unsightly Manners Underscore. Between these two women, one was raised by her own hands. The other she watched grow up from childhood. At this moment, old Madame Zheng looked somewhat distressed and raised her hand to hold old Master Zheng's hand. Since the child already knows her mistake, let's forgive her this time. Zheng Lingling quickly said, "Daddy, Xianjing knows she was wrong, please spare Xianjing this once." Old Master Zheng threw down the whip. "Remember not to make the same mistake again." No matter what, Zheng Xianjing was still his granddaughter, and actually, old Master Zheng felt somewhat reluctant to punish her. "Thank you, Dad, thank you, Dad." Zheng Lingling went on, "Xianjing, quickly thank Grandpa." "Thank you, Grandpa." Old Master Zheng let out a sigh. "A prodigal who returns is more precious than gold, get up now." Old Madame Zheng immediately helped the mother and daughter up from the ground. The old woman felt sorry for her daughter and granddaughter, but she ignored the malicious hatred to the extreme in the depths of Zheng Xianjing's eyes. Back in the room, Zheng Lingling applied medicine to Zheng Xianjing's back, and Zheng Xianjing said, "Mom, I feel like we're like a dog raised by the Zheng family. They beat us when they want, scold us when they please, and occasionally when they're happy, they throw us a couple of bones." Zheng Lingling's complexion changed. "Xianjing, let's endure a bit longer." They had both endured for so many years. What did this moment of suffering matter to them? The next morning, Zheng Xianjing seemed like a different person, her face no longer bearing the previous arrogance. Even her clothing was not as bright as before. Her overall demeanor had become much more low-key. To outsiders, Zheng Xianjing's behavior seemed like a sincere act of repentance. But Anai Yang knew that things were far from that simple. "Sister, I'm sorry." Zheng Xianjing called out to Anai Yang's retreating figure and offered an apology. Anai Yang smiled faintly. "It's okay." Since someone was willing to act, she would accompany her in the act. She loved to act the most. Zheng Xianjing then asked, "Sister, you're not mad at me anymore?" Anai Yang took Zheng Xianjing's hand, the corners of her mouth curving into shallow dimples. "To err is human. As a sister, how could I blame you?" Zheng Xianjing's mouth curled into a sneer. She had originally thought Anai Yang had some great ability, but it appeared she was just a fool. Sister? Did Anai Yang really consider her as a sister? Utterly foolish. This time, Zheng Xianjing planned to slowly push Anai Yang into an abyss, from which she would never be able to climb back up. Zheng Xianjing continued, "Sister, if you see Teacher Du, please tell him for me that it wasn't intentional what happened, I just didn't know how to begin. If Anai Yang could seduce Teacher Du, why couldn't she? To bring down Anai Yang, she had to start with Teacher Du. She would let Anai Yang bring about her own downfall. So this was the real motive." Anai Yang's lips curved into a slight smile. "Sure, sister, I will pass on the message." Zheng Xianjing's thoughts spun, and she continued, "Could I trouble you to keep an eye on Teacher Du's whereabouts for me?" Anai Yang nodded, "Of course." "Then it'll be trouble you, sister," said Zheng Xianjing. "As you should." Anai Yang's tone was light. The Zheng family waters ran deep, and to uncover the truth, Anai Yang needed to first heal Zheng Suyu. In fact, she was almost fully versed in the 13 needles of hell but lacked the final step, which she needed to discuss with her teacher. After dealing with Zheng Xianjing, Anai Yang rode her bike to her teacher's house. The weather was gradually getting hotter, and very unusually for her, Anai Yang was not wearing a cheongsam today but a white lantern sleeve blouse with black wide-leg trousers. The lantern sleeve blouse was designed by Anai Yang herself and made by a tailor. It combined modern fashion elements with classic ones, and since it was tailored, it fitted her perfectly. The waist-pinching style suited her especially well. Her soft hair cascaded down her back, stirring with the breeze, looking very beautiful. When Anai Yang arrived at her teacher and his wife's home, the old couple were having breakfast. Although Anai Yang had already eaten, she still joined the old couple for a few bites. After eating, and Yang began to discuss the 13 needles of hell with her teacher. Teacher Wang said, Yang, you've been very diligent with these 13 needles of hell lately. Tell your teacher honestly, have you encountered some trouble? The 13 needles of hell were very dangerous, and Yang was worried her teacher might be concerned or try to stop her, so she said, I'm just curious, teacher. You are overthinking it. What kind of trouble could I possibly encounter? Chapter 807. Bullying Xianxia, Unsightly Manners Under Survive. Really? Old Wang was somewhat incredulous. Really? Yang nodded. Seeing that Yang didn't seem to be lying, Old Wang didn't press further but said instead, to tell you the truth, I'm quite curious about these Ghost Palace 13 needles. When two medicine fanatics got together, they entered a state of obsession, completely unaware even when someone came to the house. Actually, there's an acupoint song for the Ghost Palace 13 needles, but because the Grandmaster feared outsiders would secretly learn it, it was never recorded in medical texts. It's been passed down orally from one generation of disciples to the next. Master, what is the acupoint song? I'd like to hear it, Yang said as she casually picked up a brush, gathered her hair up, secured it at the back of her head, revealing a stretch of fair and graceful neck, her whole being radiated with the vibrancy of youth. It's been too long and I've forgotten. Old Wang stroked his beard. Please try to remember. Let me think. Old Wang tried hard to recall, then finally slapped his forehead. I remember now, for all illness caused by myriad demons' wild antics, 13 needles points must one acknowledge. First needle the Ghost Palace to start one's round, then needle Ghost Faith, responses abound, one by one in order from head to toe seek, men start from left, women from right, first needle's place in the center, Ghost Palace is correct, left needle in and right needle out. This is the Grandmaster's brilliant secret, mad and malignant spirits all will desert. This was the acupoint song for the Ghost Palace 13 needles. Yang picked up another brush and quickly jotted down the acupoint song on rice paper with flawless accuracy, her writing speed matching Old Wang's speaking pace. The sunlight shone in from outside the door, casting two tall shadows. But nobody noticed this. Master, the acupoint song corresponds to the 13 major acupoints of the human body. Generally speaking, as long as you target these 13 major points, there wouldn't be much room for error. Yet Yang felt that it couldn't be that simple, there must be something missing. Old Wang's eyes lit up. Yang, your brush writing is quite good. Young people nowadays who can write with a brush are few and far between. Nowadays people use fountain pens, ballpoint pens, pencils. Old-fashioned things like brushes have long been phased out. But Old Wang was different. After all, he had lived through that era and was a man who cherished the past, so he always kept brushes, and only used brushes at home. Yang smiled and said, Master, you have a good eye. I also think my writing looks quite nice. Old Wang didn't feel that his disciple was being vain at all and nodded. Of course, could my eye for talent ever be poor? Outside, the corners of a man's mouth twitched. Dad! Just then, a rough male voice rang through the air. Old Wang was stunned. Was he hearing things? Dad! Old Wang turned around sharply and saw the son he had been longing to see. 2 years apart, and that rascal seemed to have grown tall again. Dad! Wang Ziki walked over and embraced Old Wang, his voice trembling. Old Wang couldn't help his eyes from reddening. He even doubted if he was dreaming. Old Wang stealthily pinched his thigh. It hurt like hell. This wasn't a dream. Dad, I've missed you so much. Wang Ziki burst into tears. Boss Wang said with a stern face, a man should not lightly shed tears. What's there to cry about? Hold those tears back. Despite being on the verge of tears himself, he was still seriously chastising his foolish son. Wang Ziki wiped his face with his sleeve. Dad, where's Mom? Boss Wang replied, your mom went to the vegetable garden. The vegetable garden is where they grow their own vegetables since they live in the countryside and have to grow what they eat. Oh, Wang Ziki nodded and then added, by the way, Dad, this is my boss, Mr. Du. Old Wang knew of Mr. Du by reputation but had never met him before. Mr. Du, it's a pleasure. Uncle, Mr. Du said, twirling his Buddha beads, nodding slightly. Old Wang took another look at Mr. Du, feeling that this Mr. Du was very different from the rumors, resembling more a schoolteacher from the Republic era, genteel and elegant. Just then, as if suddenly remembering something, Old Wang gestured to Yang. Young, come here. Ziki, this is the apprentice I've taken on recently. Before Old Wang could finish speaking, Yang smiled and said, Master, I've already met my senior brother. With that said, she greeted Mr. Du. Mr. Du, Mr. Du nodded in acknowledgement. Old Wang exclaimed in surprise, Yang, how do you two know each other? Yang succinctly replied, Master, isn't there a family portrait in the living room? One day I saw someone on the street who looked exactly like senior brother from the portrait, so we got to know each other. Chapter 8:08 Bullied Xianxia, Unsightly Manners _6. Upon hearing this, Old Wang directly gave Wang Ziki a punch to the head. You little bastard, you come to Beijing and don't even think to visit your old man and mother. I really wasted my effort raising you. Wang Ziki, looking simple and honest, didn't know how to explain. Dad, I'm sorry, Old Wang huffed. I'm not your dad. Just then, noises came from the entrance. It was Wang Zhosher returning. Wang Zhosher wasn't as calm as Old Wang. She hugged her son, whom she hadn't seen for 2 years, and cried out loud. Yang stood to the side, the corners of his mouth turning up in a subdued smile. He had finally fulfilled his former master and mistress dream. The last time his former master and mistress saw their son, who had been missing for 2 years, the vibrant boy they remembered had been turned into a cold corpse. One could imagine the couple's feelings at the time. Such despair. Now that their son had finally come back, the couple was overjoyed. Wang Zhosher even slaughtered 2 chickens and a big goose. Although Old Wang seemed a bit unhappy on the surface, he was actually very pleased. They'll go catch some shrimp in the river. Go ahead, Wang Zhosher said with a smile. Be careful. Old Wang nodded. Wang Ziki was busy catching up with Wang Zhosher. Mother and son had so much to talk about after all these years apart. As a result, only Yang and Grandpa Du were left in the living room. Yang was busy researching the 13 ghost needles and had no time to deal with Grandpa Du, so the scene became Yang reading medical texts. Grandpa Du counting Buddha beads. The only sound in the air was the flipping of pages. Although no one was speaking, the scene wasn't awkward. After lunch, Wang Ziki seemed to remember something important. Dad, Grandpa Du hasn't been feeling well lately. Could you please take a look at him? Old Wang looked at Yang. Yang, you followed behind me for so long, why don't you try to put your learning into practice? Grandpa Du, these master and disciple. One just happened to save him, the other wanted to use him for practice. It really fit the saying. If you're not family, you won't enter the same door. Yang nodded, okay. Grandpa Du's lips twitched, she really dared? Yang walked over to Grandpa Du. Could you please extend your right hand? Grandpa Du did as asked. The cold fingertips rested on his wrist for quite a while, yet there was no sound. Grandpa Du looked up and asked, Is there any hope? Yang withdrew her fingers. It's not that serious, Mr. Du, this is an old ailment. The toxins accumulated in your body haven't been completely cleared. Just a couple of prescriptions should alleviate the fatigue. Grandpa Du slowly retracted his hand and straightened his sleeves. Then ill trouble Miss and I. The young lady was still able to discern his old ailment, which meant she had some skill. However, Grandpa Du had already figured she had good medical skills. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left the right pills for him that night. A doctor's heart is like that of a parent's. It's only right, Yang said in a muted tone as she took out a writing brush to prescribe the medicine. A doctor's heart is indeed like that of a parent's, the saying goes. But Grandpa Du felt something was off. After the prescription was written, Yang handed it to Old Wang. Master, please have a look. Old Wang took the prescription and moved next to Grandpa Du. Forgive the trouble, Grandpa Du, but please extend your hand again. Grandpa Du extended his hand. As Old Wang felt Grandpa Du's pulse, he understood why Yang hadn't said anything for so long. Grandpa Du's pulse was indeed peculiar. Old Wang felt the pulse while looking at the prescription Yang wrote, nodding repeatedly. Good, good, good. You are truly a disciple worthy of being trained by Wang Yu. Such talent, such intellect, how could an ordinary person compare? In a short while, Old Wang put away the prescription and then said, Grandpa Du, Yang prescription can cure your old ailment. You've really encountered a savior today. Grandpa Du put away the prescription. Thank you. That afternoon, because someone from the village came to seek treatment and a particular rare herb was missing, the patient's condition was quite urgent. Old Wang had no choice but to go up the mountain with a basket to gather herbs. Yang approached. Master, it's getting late now, you're getting on in years, and it's not safe to go up the mountain. Let me go instead. It had rained last night, and the mountain was likely to be filled with miasma. Yang was worried for Old Wang. Old Wang laughed. Listen to you, girl. If a big man like me isn't safe, how could a young lass like you be any safer? Let the master go. Yang took the basket off Old Wang. Don't forget, master, I'm quite skilled. Besides, today is Big Brother's first day back. You should stay and keep him company at home. Chapter 809, Bully Jing Xianjing, Unsightly Manners _7. Old Wang was left speechless by her remarks, but still expressed his concern. Yang, are you sure you can manage alone? Sure, no problem. Yang slung her carrying basket on her back, waved to Old Wang, and turned to leave. Old Wang watched Yang's retreating figure with worry. By chance, at this moment, Master Du came out of the house. Old Wang grabbed hold of Master Du and said, Master Du, the girl Yang has gone up to the mountain alone. If it's not too much trouble, could you please go and check on her? After all, Yang was Master Du's lifesaver. It wasn't too much to ask Master Du to ensure Yang's safety. Besides, with Master Du around, who was the grim reaper of the 10-mile foreign market, Old Wang felt very secure. Master Du's expression was unfazed. First, they had used him for sparring, and now they were actually asking him to play bodyguard. What was this all about? If word got out, it would ruin his reputation for life, but out of respect for Old Wang as an elder, and given that Yang had saved him before, Master Du did not refuse. Alright uncle, go now. But this was only a one-time exception. Old Wang, touched, said, Then I'll have to trouble you, Master Du, holding his Buddha beads, headed in the direction Yang had gone, pursuing steadily. On the other side, where Wu Yenyun was. Thanks to Yang's support, Wu Yenyun finally managed to eat nearly 2 full meals at home. However, this quickly drew Grandma Wu's dissatisfaction. She felt that Wu Yenyun really didn't understand anything. Even she, as a grandmother, hadn't filled her belly, yet Wu Yenyun was only looking out for herself. A 17-year-old girl, yet not as sensible as a 7-year-old child. She had given Wu Yenyun hints, both openly and covertly on so many occasions, but Wu Yenyun just didn't get it, bowl after bowl. So selfish. Grandma Wu, watching Wu Yenyun polish off 2 bowls of congee, could only feel a headache coming on. She put down her chopsticks and said discontentedly, I'm full. Wu Jinshu, surprised, said, Mom, you only had half a bowl. Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing, don't fuss over me. Grandma Wu stood up. I'm going out for a walk. Watching Grandma Wu's departing figure, Yen Erju said, What's going on with Mom? Wu Jinshu shook his head. Who knows? Let it go, let it go. Don't worry about her, let's eat our meal. Wu Yanyan's hand froze while holding her bowl. She felt that her grandma was upset because of her. But she hadn't eaten that much, had she? Normally, when she was hungry, she would have to drink 4 bowls of such thin congee. Today, she had barely had 2 small bowls. Maybe she was overthinking it. Grandma Wu walked all the way to a house that was very stylishly decorated and knocked on the luxurious iron gate. Lanzi, are you home? Lanzi. Soon, the robust Wu Lan walked out of the house, all smiles. Auntie, it's such a rare pleasure to see you. Come in, please come in. In present-day terms, Wu Lan's status would be considered that of a landlord. She had over 30 houses, collecting an average of 300 yuan in rent each month. In an era when the average wage was about 30 yuan, Wu Lan was living the dream life everyone yearned for. Wu Lan's house was a 3-story Western-style building beautifully decorated on the inside. Grandma Wu sighed, "If I could live in a Western-style building like this just once in my life, I'd die content." Wu Lan laughed and said, "Auntie, you're too modest. Your good fortune is still ahead of you." Seated inside, Wu Lan courteously offered Grandma Wu some pastries and tea. Having not eaten her fill at home, Grandma Wu ate several pieces of egg cake and even stealthily pocketed one, intending to bring it back for her eldest grandson. Wu Lan noticed Grandma Wu's sneaky move but said nothing about it. Although Grandma Wu's manners were unsightly, she was there to ask a favor, wasn't she? After eating and drinking her fill, Grandma Wu continued, "Lanzi, those things you mentioned to your auntie last time, are they still valid?" Chapter 8:10. Be a worldly person who drinks alcohol and eats meat. Hearing this, Wu Lan's smile brightened even more. "Of course, it counts. Auntie, have you made up your mind?" Grandma Wu hesitated, then said, "I still need to think it over." Wu Lan then picked up another egg cake and stuffed it into Grandma Wu's hand. "Auntie, you really should think it over. My brother has such good conditions. If Yen Yun marries him, she'll just be responsible for giving birth to a child for my brother. All she needs to do is take good care of my mom and the 2 kids. She doesn't have to do any other hard work. She can just enjoy her easy life at home." Wu Lan had a younger brother named Wu Chang, 35 years old this year. He had been widowed 2 years earlier and hadn't found a suitable match, so when Wu Lan saw that Wu Yenyun was quite good-looking and still a maiden, she wanted to introduce Wu Yenyun to Wu Chang. Grandma Wu continued, "Lanzi, how old is your brother this year? How many people are in his family? I didn't quite catch it last time. Tell me about it in detail this time." Wu Lan poured a cup of tea for Grandma Wu. "My brother is 35 this year. That dead wife of his left behind 2 daughters. The oldest is 9 this year, and the younger is 7. Then there's just my mom at home, no one else. Don't worry, my brother's household is very simple. After Yenyun marries him, certainly no one will be able to bully her." Grandma Wu frowned. "At 35 years old, that's a bit old, and he has 2 children. Our Jinshu is also only 35 years old," Wu Lan continued. "Auntie, don't look at my brother's age, but he has good conditions. You see, our family is doing pretty well, right? My brother's conditions are even better than mine. My brother owns 30 apartments. The house you are renting now, just in front of that, belongs to my brother. Auntie, if this goes through, I can talk to my brother about giving you that house in front. He has so many apartments, he wouldn't miss one." Wu Lan spoke with the confidence of wealth, and Grandma Wu was astounded, asking hurriedly, "The 2-story Western-style house with a yard just in front?" "That's right." Wu Lan nodded. "That's the 2-story Western-style house with a yard. I'm telling you, that house is well insulated against the heat of summer and the cold of winter. It's not any worse than this house we're in." Grandma Wu had always envied the owner of that Western-style house with a yard. She never imagined that it belonged to Wu Lan's brother. Getting a house upon a successful arrangement, it did seem that Wu Lan's brother really was well off. Wu Lan, observing the change in Grandma Wu's expression, added, "Auntie, Dalong and Erlong haven't started school yet, have they? How can boys not go to school these days? Without an education, they'll struggle to find wives in the future." Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong were of school age, yet neither was attending school. It wasn't for lack of trying, but their family's financial situation couldn't keep up. Grandma Wu was worried too. After all, they were boys. What if they truly couldn't find wives when the time came? It must be said that Wu Lan had precisely struck Grandma Wu's most sensitive spot. Watching Grandma Wu's expression, Wu Lan pressed on, "Auntie, even if not for anything else, you should consider it for the kids' sakes. Brother Jinshu and his wife have been in Beijing for many years and still don't have their own place to live. If Yen Yun marries my brother, not only can he ensure Dalong and Erlong go to school, but he can also solve your housing problem. With a house, you can also move your household registration here, and your family will become locals in Beijing. Then, young girls will be throwing themselves at you. Why worry about Dalong and Erlong not finding wives?" The terms Wu Lan offered were too favorable. Grandma Wu couldn't help but be moved. Her two grandsons would be able to attend school, they would have a Western-style house to live in, and become Beijing locals. This was the life she had longed for in her dreams. Yet she was, after all, a relative of the bride's side. She needed to maintain some decorum. It wasn't like her granddaughter couldn't find a husband. Grandma Wu took a bite of the egg cake and said, "Although that's what you say, your brother is looking for a second marriage and already has 2 children, whereas our Yenyun is still an untouched girl." Wu Lan patted Grandma Wu's hand. "Auntie, I am someone who doesn't beat around the bush and I don't speak falsely. If what I say sounds unpleasant, please don't be angry. If your Yenyun wasn't a maiden with my brother's conditions, he really wouldn't consider Yenyun at all." Grandma Wu choked. Although Wu Lan's words were a bit harsh, they were indeed the truth. Wu Lan's brother had superior conditions, wealth, and property. What did Wu Yenyun have? Wu Yenyun was nothing more than a few years younger than Wu Lan's brother. Chapter 8:11. Be a worldling and drink alcohol and eat meat _2. Wu Lan continued, "My brother is very proud, always wanted to find an unmarried girl. Otherwise, he would have married long ago. Why would he still be waiting? You don't know how many divorced women are willing to pay to marry my brother." Wu Lan wasn't really bragging. Wu Chang himself was quite a catch, and countless divorced women wanted to be with him. Unfortunately, Wu Chang didn't want anyone who had been married before. Actually, with Wu Chang's qualities, finding an unmarried girl would be very easy, but Wu Chang also demanded that the woman be beautiful. In Beijing, there was no shortage of pretty, young girls, but how many parents were willing to let their precious, unmarried daughters become stepmothers? That's why Wu Chang still hadn't found the right match. Right when Wu Yanyun's family moved in, Wu Lan noticed that Wu Yenyun was quite beautiful, sensible, and dutiful, so she thought of introducing her to her brother. With Wu Chang's excellent prospects, Grandma Wu didn't want to give up. She had been alive for so many years but had never once lived in a Western-style house. She dreamt of living like city people in a Western-style house, if only just once. "I can't decide for Yenyun on this matter. I need to ask Jinshu and his wife." Wu Lan took Grandma Wu's hand. "Auntie, you are Yanyun's biological grandmother. How come you don't have the final say in this matter?" Grandma Wu sighed. "How can I make the decision for the two of them?" Wu Lan went on, "Then you must go back and have a serious talk with brother Jinshu and your sister-in-law. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another. I'm only mentioning this because your family has rented our house for so long. We're practically family. I wouldn't even consider outsiders. Not just anyone can marry my brother." Grandma Wu stood up. "All right, let's leave it at that for now. I'm heading back. I'll walk you out." Wu Lan escorted Grandma Wu to the gate. Grandma Wu's bounded feet moved slowly. A journey that ordinary people could complete in 15 minutes took her over 40 minutes to reach home. Upon arriving home, Wu Yenyun was washing dishes in the kitchen. Yen Erju was breastfeeding her child, while Wu Jinshu was feeding the ducks in the yard. These ducks were freshly caught, still fluffy and yellow. Wu Jinshu fed them and said, "Eat up, little ducks. Whether our 3 kids can go to school depends on you." Grandma Wu approached. "You're counting on these ducks to pay for the kids' schooling?" Wu Jinshu nodded, his face full of longing. "Mom, don't underestimate these ducks. There are 10 of them. Once they grow up, they'll become big ducks. The big ducks will lay eggs and hatch more ducklings, and then we can sell them for money, right?" These 10 ducklings had cost the couple nearly all their savings, which were only possible thanks to the 13 yuan Ni Yang had given them last time. Otherwise, they barely scraped by each month, with no spare cash to buy ducklings. Grandma Wu chuckled. "Waiting for these ducklings to grow up, lay eggs, and hatch new ones will take ages. You might be able to wait, but the children can't. Come with me, I need to talk to you." Wu Jinshu put down the dipper and followed Grandma Wu into the house. Grandma Wu glanced outside before closing the door. Wu Jinshu asked, puzzled, "Mom, what do you want to talk about? You're being so secretive." Grandma Wu pulled Wu Jinshu to sit down and her eyes quickly became red-rimmed. "Jinshu, you're not well, and we have so many kids to support, plus this old lady dragging you down. It's been hard on you these years." "Mom, what are you talking about? dragging me down? You're my mother. It's only right for me to take care of you. And I don't feel burdened at all. I have sons and daughters, a wife and a mother. I feel luckier than anyone. The rich have their joys and the poor have theirs. Wu Jinshu was content with his life, never feeling overburdened or complaining. Grandma Wu wiped away her tears. Yet, I just can't help but feel for you. Wu Jinshu was 35. Wu Lan's brother Wu Chang was also 35. Wu Chang had money and a house, everything. What did Wu Jinshu have? He didn't even have the money to send his kids to school. So young and already in poor health. Every parent feels for their child. Mom, you're overthinking it. I'm living a good life. What is there to feel sorry for? Wu Jinshu helped Grandma Wu dab her tears. Chapter 8:12. Be a worldling and drink alcohol and eat meat. 3. After crying for a while, Grandma Wu took 2 egg cakes out of her pocket. Here, take these, have a good nourishment, but don't give them to anyone else. Grandma Wu had gotten a total of 4 egg cakes, with 2 earmarked for Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong. Mom, where did you get these? Yanyan asked. Egg cakes sold for more than 1 yuan per pound on the street, which their family couldn't afford. They were from Wu Lan, Grandma Wu replied, adding, Wu Lan is a kind-hearted good person. Wu Jinshu also had a favorable impression of this landlord. When they initially rented the house, Wu Lan had even given them a 2 yuan discount. Wu Jinshu said, You eat them, Grandma. I'm still young, I don't need them. Grandma Wu sternly said, If I tell you to take them, just take them. I've already eaten. Upon finishing her sentence, Grandma Wu continued, Jinshu, having so many kids at home isn't a solution. Yenyun is not that young anymore. Maybe we should consider finding a good family for her to marry into. Our circumstances aren't great. Finding her a good family could allow her to lead a comfortable life. No way. Wu Jinshu immediately objected. Yenyun is only 17 years old this year. How can we talk about marriage? I want her to continue studying. A girl, sooner or later, will have to get married. What's the use of studying so much? Grandma Wu persisted. In the past, girls her age already had several children. Grandma was thinking had been deeply ingrained from the old society. How could it be changed easily? Wu Jinshu said, The past is the past, and now is now, Mom. Men and women are equal now. Besides, Teacher Zhao said Yenyun is a promising student and she's bound to get into a good university. I would go to any length to ensure Yenyun gets an education. Yenyun had always been in school until the Wu family could no longer afford the tuition, which is why she had dropped out to take care of children at home. The teacher had made countless home visits to get Yenyun back to school. But the family was just too poor. Grandma Wu sighed. We don't have enough money for our own sons to attend school, and now we're pushing to send a girl to school? Honestly, I wonder whether this father is really related by blood. Wu Jinshu frowned slightly and lowered his voice. Mom, didn't we agree not to bring this up anymore? Why are you starting again? Yenyun was not the biological daughter of Wu Jinshu and Erju. Wu Jinshu and Erju had been married for over a year without having children, until the second year, when Erju, while chopping wood in the mountains, found newborn Yenyun, whose umbilical cord hadn't even been cut. This was also the origin of Yanyun's name. She was the one Erju encountered. Another reason was that a wandering Daoist said Yenyun was the reincarnation of a fortunate star from heaven, capable of bringing new opportunities to the Wu family and ensuring the continuation of their family line, which is why she was named Yenyun. Meet in Chinese characters combined the surname of the husband and wife, making her full name Wu Yenyun. Interestingly, when Yenyun was 8 years old, Erju indeed became pregnant and smoothly gave birth to Wu Dalong. When Yenyun was 11, Erju gave birth to Wu Erlong, and last year, to Wu Xiaolong. The births of these 3 children one after another made the couple very happy, and their fondness for Yenyun grew as well. They believed it was Yenyun who had brought these new opportunities to the Wu family. Do you think I want to bring this up? I mentioned it because it seems you've even forgotten your own sons. Grandma Wu grabbed Wu Jinshu's hand. Jinshu, I'm 67 this year and who knows when my time will come. If I don't see Dalong and Erlong going to school and your family living in a small Western-style house before I go, I won't be at peace. As long as the family is healthy and happy, it doesn't matter where we live, Mom. You really don't need to worry about this, Wu Jinshu said. Upon hearing this, Grandma Wu felt her nose twitch and started crying again. You keep saying you want to honor me. Is this how you honor me? Everyone else's parents are living in small Western-style houses, and here am I, staying in this dark, haunted place. People aspire to move up, water flows downhill. Do you think I don't want to live in a small Western-style house? Your father died early, and it was I who brought you up single-handedly, carrying you through the Great Famine. I chewed on tree barks and ate clay. Think about it, when did I ever let you and your sister eat such things? A child doesn't know the parent's heart, a child doesn't know. Grandma Wu's spouse had died early, leaving her to raise 2 children alone. Chapter 8:13. Be a worldling and drink alcohol and eat meat. 4. Being a woman with bound feet, she couldn't handle heavy labor. Over those years, to bring up her 2 children, she endured every hardship imaginable. Wu Jinshu knew his mother had suffered a great deal and sighed, "Mom, it's my fault for being useless, for not having the ability to get you a nice Western-style house to live in. But rest assured, I believe that one day, our family will be able to live in one." Grandma Wu wiped away her tears. "Will you burn one for me when I die?" Living in a Western-style house is easier said than done. With the current economic situation of Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju, dreaming of a Western-style house was like waiting till the cows come home. Wu Jinshu helplessly replied, "Mom, don't talk like that, it's bad luck." Grandma Wu continued, "All I'm asking is for Yenyun to get married. Go and ask around, let everyone judge whether what I'm asking as a grandma is too much. Does any family's girl not get married? Does any family's boy not take a wife? What, is your daughter made of gold or something? That she won't get married in this lifetime?" Wu Jinshu sighed. "It's not about not getting married, the thing is Yenyun is still too young. She's already 17, not 7. Grandma Wu retorted. "And you're not even her real father. You've done enough by raising her all these years." With a helpless sigh, Wu Jinshu said, "My dear mother, why do you keep bringing this up? In my heart, Yenyun is as much my own daughter as Dalong, Erlong, and Xiaolong. I'm her real grandma, aren't I?" Grandma Wu said, "The way you talk makes me sound like an evil grandmother. I just want her to get married for her own good. Given our situation, staying with us is just suffering. She would be better off getting married early and enjoying life. I'm thinking of her well-being. How great are the circumstances at Wu Chang's house. Once Yenyun marries into that family, she would be able to enjoy the good things in life, not just for herself, but she would make things better for her own family too." Wu Jinshu stood up and headed outside. "Mom, don't bring this up again in the future. Yenyun will always be my daughter. I'm going out to feed the ducks." "Jinshu." Grandma Wu grabbed hold of Wu Jinshu's sleeve. "Jinshu, listen to me, I really found her a good match. The boy's family owns over 30 houses, and he even promised me that once the deed is done, he would give us one. The house in front of our place, the 2-story Western-style one with a yard, you always say how nicely it's been constructed, right?" Wu Jinshu shook off Grandma Wu's hand and said softly, "No matter how nice the house is, I would never trade my daughter for it." "How could that be considered trading? We are marrying off a daughter," said the exasperated grandma. "Besides, they even said they could transfer our whole family's registration to Beijing, and then we would become Beijingers." "Mom, please don't talk about this anymore. Even if you do, I will never agree. This is absolutely impossible." Wu Jinshu himself might not be Yenyun's biological father, but he and Yen Erju had raised her with their own hands. She might not be his own flesh and blood, but he cherished her just the same. He couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. Wu Jinshu opened the door and left Grandma Wu's room. Watching Wu Jinshu's departing figure, Grandma Wu sighed deeply. She just couldn't understand. Was that adopted child really that important? More important than a Western-style house and her own son? She couldn't fathom what kind of father Wu Jinshu was. After all, she wasn't trying to harm Yan Yun. She was looking to secure her a life of comfort. Most people couldn't even dream of marrying someone like Wu Chang. A child doesn't stay under parents' control forever. Grandma Wu wiped away her tears, recalling the hardships of her past and the grievances of the present. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, crying so much that her eyes swelled. When she was young, she went without food and clothes. Now that she was old, she was still depriving herself. For this family, for the children. But no one appreciated her efforts. They were all good people and she was the only bad one. No, this time she would have that Western-style house, or else she couldn't die in peace. Seeing Wu Jinshu emerge from Grandma Wu's room, Yan Erju tugged at his sleeve. What was Mom talking to you about? It seemed so secretive with the door shut and all. To avoid friction between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, of course, Wu Jinshu couldn't tell the truth. He pulled out 2 egg cakes from his pocket. You know how my mom is. She's always worried that I'm suffering. Someone gave her 2 egg cakes and she insisted on giving them to me. You take them to eat. I'm a grown man, I can't stomach such rich food. Chapter 8:14. Be a worldling and drink alcohol and eat meat _5. Erju Yen stuffed the egg cake back into her husband's hand. You keep what's given to you. Your health has always been poor. Jin Shu Wu smiled. All right, then we'll each have one. Erju then asked, Didn't Mom say anything else to you? No, Jin Shu answered. What could an old woman who never leaves the house possibly have to say? Erju figured that made sense, so she didn't press further. Then I'll take this egg cake to Xiaoyun. Erju was very fond of her daughter Yan Yun. No matter what goodies she had, her 2 sons would have to step aside. The first person she thought of was always her daughter Yan Yun. On the other side, Mr. Du quickly caught up with Ni Yang. Why are you here? Ni Yang looked back, puzzled. Twisting his Buddha beads, Mr. Du said, Your master is worried about you going up the mountain alone. Ni Yang grinned. What's there to worry about? Can a big living person like me get lost? Mr. Du, please go back. Mr. Du took a step forward. I do not make promises lightly. Since I've agreed to your master, I won't let him worry. Hurry up then, it's about to get dark. Hearing this, Ni Yang had no choice but to follow. Soon enough, the 2 of them entered the mountains. It had rained the previous night. The mountain air was incredibly fresh, with unknown flowers blooming among the grass, looking gorgeous. As she walked, Ni Yang picked flowers. In no time, she gathered a large handful, the dazzling colors complementing her jade-like face. It was truly a case of the lady being lovelier than the flowers. Mr. Du followed behind. Didn't your teacher ever teach you to protect plants and flowers? Ni Yang placed the flowers into her basket. Didn't your teacher ever teach you to be more flexible in your thinking? The ancients said, if you have flowers, you should pick them before they wilt. Don't wait for the branches to become bare. Mr. Du was speechless. This young girl always managed to leave him at a loss for words. For the rest of the time, Mr. Du simply kept silent, quietly following behind. Conveniently, Ni Yang preferred not to be disturbed while she was digging for herbal medicine. The mountain woods were well preserved at this time, with all kinds of herbs to be found. The more Ni Yang dug, the less she wanted to return. She even encountered several plants that had disappeared in later ages. Mr. Du leaned against a pine tree, half closing his eyes, slowly twirling the Buddha beads in his hand. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and said to Ni Yang, Don't move. Above Ni Yang, in the branches of a tree, coiled a bamboo viper, flicking its tongue. The bamboo viper was a terrifyingly venomous snake. A single bite could be crippling, if not fatal. Just as Mr. Du was about to make a move, Ni Yang swiftly stood up and with lightning speed, grasped the 7-inch of the viper, even faster than the snake itself. It was a second that could make one's heart race. Holding the viper's 7-inch in one hand, Ni Yang drew a shining dagger from her waist with the other, deftly extracted the snake gall, popped it into her mouth, and swallowed it whole. It was incredibly cool. The whole scene left Mr. Du open-mouthed in astonishment. Was she really a woman? Mr. Du began to doubt Ni Yang's gender. Over the years, Mr. Du had seen girls from all over Jiangnan, but he had never seen any quite like Yang. Able to fight, skilled in medical arts, adept at collecting herbs, and unafraid of snakes. And then to swallow a snake gall whole. Are these things that a girl should do? Yet Yang had done just that. Having smoothly swallowed the snake gall, Yang looked up at Mr. Du. Snake gall is a valuable thing. It can dispel wind and dampness, cool the eyes, detoxify prickly heat, and it's highly nourishing. Want to try one? Though she had just killed a snake, not a trace of blood stained her hands. If one hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe such a delicate young lady was capable of such incredible feats? Clutching his Buddha beads, Mr. Du fought down his roiling stomach, shaking his head. No, no thank you. Seeing Mr. Du's pale face, Yang laughed. Are you really the Mr. Du who's feared by both men and ghosts in the foreign districts? Is it so scary to swallow a snake gall? Mr. Du. On the way down the mountain, Yang caught a wild chicken with shiny feathers. Just when Mr. Du thought Yang would comment on the chicken's beauty, she directly said, "This beautiful wild chicken will make the most delicious roasted chicken." Mr. Du's mouth twitched. Why on earth did Master Wang ask him to protect Yang? Chapter 8:15. Be a commoner, drink alcohol and eat meat. 6. The protected ones should be the small animals in the mountains. Fortunately, Yang only came to pick some herbal medicine. If Yang lived in the mountains year-round, wouldn't she scare away all the small animals? While walking, Yang suddenly stopped. Master Du did not expect her to stop so abruptly and bumped right into a human wall, nearly falling as his steps wavered. A pale hand quickly grabbed his wrist and then just as swiftly let go. Watch where you're going. Master Du steadied himself. What happened? Yang looked around. It seems we're lost. By this time, the sky had gradually darkened, and various sounds of small animals echoed through the forest, which would certainly make anyone with a faint heart tremble with fear. Master Du, who had plenty of outdoor experience, said, "It's the ghost hitting the wall." Yang massaged her temples. What should we do? Master Du remained unperturbed, playing with his Buddha beads. Now we can only wait until the sun comes out tomorrow morning to leave. Yang sighed and took off her backpack. Then that's the only option. Master Du looked at Yang bewildered. Ghost hitting the wall? Aren't you afraid? A normal young lady hearing ghost hitting the wall wouldn't react so indifferently. Yang sat down against a pine tree. What's there to be afraid of? It's not like there are real ghosts. The mountains harbored miasma, and it was pitch black all around. Encountering ghost hitting the wall was quite normal. Actually, ghost hitting the wall isn't really about ghosts. It's just a phenomenon. Biology had already provided a definite answer. When people lose their sense of direction, everything around them appears circular, so they keep going around in the same place. They can only wait for the sun to come out in the morning to regain their sense of direction. Master Du chuckled. You seem to know quite a bit. That I do, Yang replied unabashedly. Master Du played with his Buddha beads and remained silent. Yang took a water bottle out of her backpack, took several gulps and then turned to Master Du. Are you thirsty? After walking half a day in the mountains, how could he not be thirsty? But sharing a water bottle between a man and a woman, that seemed somewhat improper. Just then, Yang tossed him a bright red fruit. This wild fruit is full of water and quenches thirst very well. Master Du paused, then accurately caught the wild fruit. Thank you. Yang continued. If one isn't enough, there are more in the backpack. Where did they come from? Master Du asked. I picked them while I was gathering herbal medicine, Yang replied. Master Du bit into a wild fruit. Crunch. Indeed, the fruit was very juicy and crispy. It tasted great. As darkness deepened, Yang pulled a shiny bead out of her pocket and placed it on a branch, instantly lighting up the area. A good item indeed. It was far better than an electric light. Master Du, surprised, said, I thought you sold that bead? Yang took out a dagger and swiftly slit the throat of the roasted chicken. I was planning to sell it, but unfortunately, I met a boss who didn't appreciate its value. I see. Master Du's expression softened, turning to look at Yang, and his gaze shifted back to astonishment. What are you doing? Killing the chicken, and Yang answered casually. Why kill the chicken? And Yang responded incredulously, of course to eat it. Do you want to go hungry tonight? After a pause, Yang added, do you know how to make a fire? There was no shortage of twigs all over the mountain. I don't have matches, Master Du said. You don't smoke? And Yang asked. Grandpa Du shook his head. Not smoking is good, and Yang continued. Then do you know how to start a fire by rubbing sticks together? Rubbing sticks together to start a fire. Grandpa Du, with a bewildered look on his face, said, I'm not a caveman. Then do you know how to kill a chicken? And Yang asked again. I'm not a butcher either, Grandpa Du replied. Though Grandpa Du had extensive wilderness experience, it didn't mean he knew how to do everything. Moreover, whenever he was in the wilderness, there were always plenty of people around him, so there was no need for him to do anything himself. And Yang, speechless, said, How come you don't know how to do anything? Grandpa Du, I'm not omnipotent. And Yang slightly raised her eyebrows. Then can you eat? Grandpa Du, and Yang, with a look of disdain, said, Forget it, I'll do it myself. Self-reliance ensures abundance. Grandpa Du. Soon, the air was filled with the sizzling sound of fat dripping and the distinctive aroma of roasted chicken. Grandpa Du hadn't imagined that the principle of creating fire by rubbing with sticks was actually real. He was even more surprised that Yang could roast a wild chicken so deliciously in the wilderness. The bright flames reflected a pair of shallow eyes. She propped her chin with one hand and held a stick with the other, focusing entirely on the oil-sputtering roasted chicken. This reminded Grandpa Du of the fire fox he was raising. Grandpa Du leaned against the pine tree, casually withdrew his gaze, and looked up at the sky. The sky was filled with brilliant stars, the splendid Milky Way, where the cowherd and the weaver girl stared at each other from afar. Grandpa Du's fingers moved slightly, the Buddha beads also moved, and just then, a savory chicken leg was handed over. Here. While talking, Yang had already taken a big bite from the chicken leg in her hand. Grandpa Du silently recited in his heart meat and wine passed through the intestines, Buddha stays in the heart, then took the chicken leg, thank you. You're welcome, I couldn't finish it by myself anyway, Yang said nonchalantly. The chicken leg was deliciously roasted, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with each bite filling his mouth with meat. Grandpa Du hadn't felt this satisfied in a long time. At that moment, he felt that being a common man who drinks and eats meat wasn't too bad after all. After finishing the roasted chicken, Yang sighed, I wonder if my master and mistress are worried. After all, she hadn't returned for the night. They probably aren't, Grandpa Du said. Why? Yang turned to look at Grandpa Du. Grandpa Du, twirling the Buddha beads, said, I think, when Mr. Wang asked me to come with you, he already anticipated the ghost hitting the wall. After all, Mr. Wang lived at the foot of the mountain, and he must be very familiar with the conditions in the mountain. He was so worried about Yang probably because he feared that she would be frightened if she encountered the ghost hitting the wall alone. Yang stood up and said, That makes sense. I won't talk anymore, I'm going to sleep. Grandpa Du was momentarily taken aback. Where was she going to sleep? Before Grandpa Du could react, Yang efficiently climbed up a tree and lay on the trunk, her arms crossed, good night. However, as she lay down, her hair accidentally caught on a branch. Snap, a calligraphy brush fell by itself. Thousands of black hairs cascaded down instantly, spilling over the tree trunk, and beneath the black hair was a face delicately stunning. Yang had no choice but to sit up from the tree trunk, and looking down at Grandpa Du, she extended her hand, Trouble you to pick up the calligraphy brush for me. Grandpa Du bent down to pick up the brush and tossed it up. Yang caught the calligraphy brush precisely, Thanks. No trouble, Grandpa Du replied, his facial expression unchanged. Chapter 8:16. The Truth. Yang sat steadily on the tree trunk, using a brush to secure her long hair behind her head, revealing a face as clear and refined as a painting. Her long black hair instantly disappeared between her pale fingers, which surprised Mr. Du. A tiny brush, yet so magically effective. A strand of hair mischievously slid from her forehead, and Yang casually swept it back and yawned. I'm so sleepy, I'm going to sleep now. Mr. Du, you should sleep early too. As she spoke, Yang lay down on the tree trunk. Fortunately, she hadn't worn a cheongsam today, otherwise it would have been really inconvenient. Mr. Du sat under the tree, picking up a few dry branches and placing them on the blazing bonfire, the new wood causing sparks to fly. The two, one above and one below the tree, coexisted in extreme harmony. After a while, Yang's even breathing could be heard from above the tree. Actually, there were still many large wild animals in the mountains at this time, but because of the bonfire burning here, no wild animals dared to approach. Mr. Du lazily leaned against the tree trunk, half squinting his eyes, twirling Buddha beads in his hand. It was unclear whether he was asleep or not. Yet, the bonfire below the tree kept burning until daybreak. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. The golden morning sun shone through the gaps in the tree leaves, casting a misty golden light in the forest, giving a lively and vibrant feel. Yang slowly opened her eyes, looked at the tender green leaves above her, was momentarily bewildered, then sat up from the tree trunk, stretched her limbs, and loosened her muscles. A bit more awake, Yang looked down from the tree. Mr. Du, who had been sleeping under the tree, was nowhere to be seen, and only a few sparks still flickered on the nearby bonfire. Where could he have gone so early in the morning? Eaten by a tiger? Yang frowned slightly, and just then, Mr. Du came from not far away with 2 plump stream fish skewered on a branch he carried. So he wasn't eaten by a tiger after all, Yang waved at him. Good morning. Morning. Mr. Du placed the stream fish down and then said, There are 2 small streams if you turn left not far from here. Do you want to go wash up? Really? Yang jumped down from the tree trunk stably and landed firmly. Did you catch this fish? Yes. Mr. Du nodded. I didn't expect you to be able to fish, Yang continued. I'll go wash up first. Let's have grilled fish for breakfast. Give me the fish, I'll take them and prepare them. Prepare? Mr. Du asked puzzledly. Isn't it just grilled directly? Yang helplessly shook her head. You must be one of those aristocrats who don't concern themselves with worldly matters. No, rather, a wealthy noble, not to know such basic life skills. Mr. Du. Just as Mr. Du had said, to the left was a clear stream that was visible to the bottom, lined with a layer of pebbles, reflecting dazzling light under the sun, and some rainbow trout could be seen swimming in the stream. There were some copper coingrass and unidentified wildflowers growing by the stream, creating a beautiful scene that, in later generations, would definitely be a popular spot for photos. The cool water splashed on her face, immediately making her feel much more awake. There was no toothpaste in the wilderness, but fortunately, Yang found a kind of herbal plant substitute, chewed it a few times in her mouth, then rinsed with clean water. After grooming, Yang began to clean the stream fish. When Yang returned with the fish, Mr. Du had rekindled the nearly extinguished bonfire. He sat cross-legged in front of the bonfire, twirling the Buddha beads in his hand as if ready to ascend with the wind at any moment. Yang didn't disturb him, and began to grill the fish in front of the bonfire. The wild stream fish from the mountains were extremely delicious, incomparable to the feed-raised fish from modern days, and soon the air was filled with an irresistible aroma. Mr. Du's eyelids twitched, finally understanding why Ananda, the elder, had never been able to fully renounce worldly attachments. This mortal world was indeed hard to leave behind. Seeing that the grilled fish seemed about done, Yang handed one to Mr. Du. Try it and see how it tastes. Mr. Du lightly lifted his eyelids, took the grilled fish, and took a bite. The fish was fresh and tender, leaving a lingering taste that was delightful. It was very different from the fishy taste he had anticipated. Very good. Yang also took a bite. Actually, this isn't even the best tasting grilled fish. The mountain lacks seasonings. Authentic grilled fish brushed with sesame oil and chili oil and then topped with spring onion, ginger, and garlic, that is truly delicious. Chapter 8:17. The Truth. _2. Talking and talking, Yang's eyes began to light up as if they were filled to the brim with stars. Do you know a lot about food? Grandpa Du slightly lifted his eyes, meeting a pair of clear, bottomless eyes, then subtly lowered them again. Yang took another big bite of fish. It's okay, just a bit pickier than the average person. Grandpa Du nodded. Yang continued, what about you? I always see you with Buddha beads. Have you seen through the mundane world? Grandpa Du smiled faintly. I'm just a common man. Seeing through the mundane world isn't so easy. Yang nodded. That makes sense. In this vast mundane world, there are wines, meats, and beauties. It's indeed not easy to see through all that. You seem to understand life quite well, Grandpa Du said in a light tone. Having finished the last bite of the fish, Yang clapped his hands, stood up from the ground, and said, let's head back. Okay, responded Grandpa Du, standing up as well. Yang poured the water from his water bottle over the campfire to extinguish it, and they descended the mountain together. They walked one after the other. Yang led the way, and Grandpa Du followed. As they passed a slippery spot, Yang looked back to remind Grandpa Du, there's water here, Mr. Du, be careful. Grandpa Du lifted his eyes towards Yang. Somehow, he felt that he was not here to protect Yang. In fact, the one being protected had always been him. Right, how could someone who could slaughter chickens, kill fish, fight, and even dare to swallow a snake gall need anyone else's care? A faint smile unwittingly appeared on Grandpa Du's lips. Soon, they arrived at Old Wang's house. The old couple were leaning against the door, looking out. Seeing Yang and Grandpa Du return, they excitedly greeted them. Yang, Grandpa Du, you're back. Was everything okay last night? All good, Yang replied, grasping Wang Zishi's hand. Don't worry, mistress. Old Wang looked at Grandpa Du. It must have been tough for you last night. This was the Grandpa Du who was respected by everyone within 10 miles. To think that he spent a night on the mountain. It's not worth mentioning, Grandpa Du said slowly. Old Wang continued, Grandpa Du, you and Yang must not have eaten breakfast yet? There's porridge and 8 treasure kanji in the pot. I'll serve you some. No need, Yang grilled some fish on the mountain, replied Grandpa Du. Hearing that Grandpa Du had already eaten, Old Wang didn't insist further. When they reached the courtyard, Yang put her basket on the ground and said, Master, mistress, I didn't return all of last night. My folks are surely worried. I'll head back now. Oh, and the medicinal herbs are inside. Okay, take care on your way. Old Wang came over. Okay, nodded Yang, not forgetting to bring along a bunch of wildflowers she had picked on the mountain. As they were kept alongside various medicinal herbs, the wildflowers hadn't withered and were still stunningly vibrant. Before leaving, Yang didn't forget to greet Wang Ziki and Grandpa Du. Elder brother, Mr. Du, I'm heading back first. Grandpa Du nodded slightly. Be careful on your way. Wang Ziki said, Goodbye, junior sister. Yang looked back and waved at them, Goodbye. Yang had come by bike, placing all the wildflowers in the front basket, stepped on the petals, and like a freed butterfly, she disappeared down the narrow path ahead. After a while, Grandpa Du and Old Wang said their farewells. Wang Ziki said, Grandpa Du, should I see you off? No need, I can make my way back, Grandpa Du replied. You rarely get a holiday, spend some quality time with your parents. But Wang Ziki looked a bit worried. It's all right, Grandpa Du gestured with his hand. Wang Ziki continued, Then let me walk you to the junction. This time Grandpa Du didn't refuse. The car couldn't reach the foot of the mountain, so Grandpa Du had to walk to the main road. When Wang Ziki returned, Wang Zhosher said, Your Grandpa Du truly cares about his subordinates. Wang Ziki nodded in agreement. Yes, our Grandpa Du is very kind. Old Wang scoffed lightly. Kind? What kind of kindness? If he was really that kind, he wouldn't have waited so long to give Ziki a holiday. Wang Zhosher, pulling on Wang Ziki's sleeve, added, Don't listen to your dad. By the way, Ziki, has Grandpa Du mentioned a wife? If not, introduce him to your second aunt's cousin. Every elder has the heart of a matchmaker, always the first to think of keeping good prospects within the community. Chapter 8:18. The Truth. _3. Wang Zhosher said without speaking, Do you really think things are that wonderful? Do you think Di could take a fancy to Xiangqin? It doesn't cost anything to talk about it, Wang Zhoushi said with a smile. Xiangqin isn't ugly, what if Di took a liking to her? Ziki, I think Di is quite affable and has a good temperament. Try and mention it to Xiangqin, will you? Good temperament? Affable? A twitch tugged at the corner of Wang Ziki's mouth. If his mother saw the dark side of Yi, she probably wouldn't make such a comment. Seeing that Wang Ziki was silent, Wang Zhoushi became unhappy. What's wrong with you, child? Mom is talking to you. Does Di have a wife or not? Xiangqin is your cousin, and yet you're not taking this to heart at all. Only then did Wang Ziki react. Di only has 2 concubines, no official wife. Concubines? Wang Zhoushi thought she was hallucinating. How long has it been since liberation, and your Di actually still has 2 concubines? Ziki, are you sure you're not mistaken? Wang Ziki shook his head. Di is not a citizen of China, so the laws of China do not apply to him. Not only does he have 2 concubines, but both of them are strikingly beautiful. Considering Xianxin's circumstances, I don't know if she could even become the 3rd concubine. How could someone with 2 concubines possibly set his eyes on her niece, Xiangqin? So Wang Zhoushi didn't entertain any more wild thoughts. Continuing, Wang Zhoushi said, "Forget it, Ziki, let's pretend I never said anything." However, Di seems so refined and cultured, yet he's quite a playboy. It's really surprising that he has 2 concubines. Does he have any children? Wang Ziki continued, Di doesn't have any children at the moment. Having 2 concubines and yet no children. That's really strange. Under normal circumstances, there should be at least dozens of children. Wang Zhoushi asked, is there a problem with Du Yi in that regard? Wang Ziki touched his nose. It probably isn't that. Wang Zhoushi narrowed her eyes. I believe it's definitely something wrong with your Du Yi, otherwise, those 2 concubines wouldn't be without children. Unable to continue the conversation, Wang Ziki said, I'm going to help Dad dry the herbal medicine. When Ni Yang got home, she happened to meet Ni Zuihua and Shengguan Dehui hurrying out. Dad, Mum, where are you going? Ni Yang parked her bike on the side. Ni Kuihua's eyes lit up and she immediately ran over, grabbing Ni Yang's wrist. Yang, you're back. Where did you go last night? You kept your dad and me up all night. Shengguan Dehui said, if you had come back any later, your mum and I would already be at the police station by now. If it weren't for the rule that one cannot report a disappearance until 24 hours have passed, they would have already called the police. Ni Yang said very apologetically, I'm sorry, Dad, Mum, for making you worry. I went to my master's place, got held up with something, there's no phone service up in the mountains, it won't happen again next time. Shengguan Dehui continued, it's fine as long as you're okay, let's go inside. Ni Yang nodded and followed Shengguan Dehui and Ni Zuihua inside. Because they didn't want to worry the old couple, Ni Zuihua and Shengguan Dehui didn't tell Grandfather Zheng and Grandmother Zheng that Ni Yang had not come home all night, instead telling them that Ni Yang had gone to a classmate's house to play. Little Ni Yun saw Ni Yang returning, and with a swoosh, she jumped out of Grandmother Zheng's arms. Sister's back. Little Yun Yun. Ni Yang picked up little Ni Yun. Chirp chirp, Yang Yang. Duo flew in from the window and landed on Ni Yang's shoulder. Yang Yang? Was that Yang Yang call from Duo just now? Ni Yang looked at Duo with delight. Duo, can you talk now? Duo rubbed its little head against Ni Yang's chin. Yang Yang. So Duo really could talk now. Grandfather Zheng and Grandmother Zheng were also very surprised. This little bird is so smart. And Zuihua came over to tease Duo. Duo, say it again. Yang Yang. Duo called out with its voice raised again. And Zuihua laughed as well. Then call out Yun Yun. Yang Yang. Indeed, Duo could talk, but it didn't say everything, it only knew Yang Yang. Zheng Xianjing came downstairs and, looking at this joyful family scene, her eyes filled with resentment. This was her home. This was where she had lived since she was a child, so why should these people take it over? Chapter 819. The Truth. _4. And that dead bird. It screeches all day long, annoying me to death. Just wait, one day it will turn into a real dead bird. Sister Xianjing, little Nai Yun, who liked Zheng Xianjing more, ran over to her with her little short legs. Sister Xianjing, have some candy. This was little Nai Yun's favorite candy. Usually she wouldn't give it to anyone except Nai Yang. Thank you, Yun Yun. Zheng Xianjing's face was full of smiles as she took the candy. Little Nai Yun reached out her hand to Zheng Xianjing. Sister, hug. A hug? If you asked Zheng Xianjing who she hated most in this family, little Nai Yun was certainly one of them. Because the Zheng family's old master and old mistress really adored this wretched girl too much. Zheng Lingling had told her that when she was young, the old master wouldn't even glance at her, but now he took little Nai Yun out for a walk every day. His kindly appearance seemed like he had turned into another person. Was this wretched girl doing this on purpose? Did she know that she hated her and that's why she came running over to be hugged? Did she think she was some great treasure? That everyone in the Zheng family had to revolve around her? Zheng Xianjing suppressed the overwhelming jealousy and picked up little Nai Yun. Yun Yun is so cute. Although she called her cute, her eyes were filled with venom. Little Nai Yun looked at Zheng Xianjing, then struggled to get down. Let me down, I want down. Zheng Xianjing put down little Nai Yun. Little Nai Yun quickly ran over to Nai Yang. Sister, hug. Nai Yang bent down and picked up little Nai Yun. Little Nai Yun was so scared that she tightly wrapped her arms around Nai Yang's neck, whispering, Sister, I'm scared. Don't be afraid. Nai Yang soothed little Nai Yun gently. Little Nai Yun rested her head on Nai Yang's shoulder and dared not look at Zheng Xianjing again. Zheng Xianjing narrowed her eyes slightly. She just knew this wretched girl did it on purpose. She did it on purpose, making the old master and old mistress dislike her. Damn wretch. Zheng Xianjing clenched her fists, but a smile crept onto her face as she continued. Yang is back. Last night you didn't come home. Auntie and uncle were so worried. From now on you must let everyone know where you're going, otherwise, the family will be very anxious, won't they? Nai Yang nodded. Yes, you're right, Sister Xianjing. Seeing that the old master and old mistress had no reaction to this conversation, Zheng Xianjing became even more furious. If it had been her staying out all night, the old mistress would surely have scolded her. But now that it was Nai Yang, she had no reaction at all, not even pretending to care. That was the difference between a real granddaughter and an outsider. Nai Yang, not bothering with Zheng Xianjing, went upstairs with little Nai Yun to see Zheng Suyu. She had almost figured out the 13 ghost points, and the next task was to heal Zheng Suyu, the only person who knew the truth. Ever since Wu Jinshu rejected Grandma Wu yesterday, she had fallen ill in bed today, huffing with anger. Wu Yenyun came to bring Grandma Wu lunch. Grandma, time to eat. Seeing Wu Yenyun enter, Grandma Wu immediately turned around, her back facing Wu Yenyun. I'm not hungry, take it back. She couldn't face Wu Yenyun right now. Seeing her made her think of that small Western-style house with a courtyard in front. That should be the Wu family's house, but now, others were living there. Grandma Wu felt her heart clenching in pain. Wu Yenyun sighed. You should eat a little, otherwise your body won't hold up. You go out, Grandma Wu said. Just then, footsteps sounded outside. Mom. Hearing this voice, Grandma Wu suddenly forgot everything, sat up from the bed. Jing Im here. In here. A neatly dressed middle-aged woman came in from outside. Mom, why are you sleeping in the middle of the day? This woman was Grandma Wu's younger daughter, Wu Jinjin. Wu Jinjin's fate was relatively good. She married a local man from Beijing, and their life was quite decent. Although their life was acceptable, they could only fend for themselves. Wu Jinjin was a filial daughter who often bought delicious foods to visit Grandma Wu. Wu Yenyun immediately politely greeted, Hello, Aunt. Wu Jinjin nodded, Yenyun. After speaking, she continued, Yenyun, why don't you go out and play with your brothers? They'll take care of Grandma. All right. Wu Yenyun nodded and walked towards the door. Chapter 8:20. The Truth. _5. Wu Jinjin closed the door after Yenyun left and immediately took out 2 chicken legs wrapped in oil paper from her bag. "Mom, these are the chicken legs I saved especially for you. You should eat them while they're still warm, and make sure none of those kids see them." Having chicken legs, Grandma Wu certainly didn't want to eat them herself. She wanted to save them for Wu Jinshu and her 2 grandsons. Although her son was somewhat disobedient, she was still a mother. How many mothers would hold a grudge against their son? Grandma Wu carefully put away the chicken legs. "I just had dinner and can't eat any more right now. I'll save them for later." Wu Jinjin did not know Grandma was cautious thoughts and continued, "Mom, what's going on with you? Lying in bed in the middle of the day, are you feeling unwell?" Speaking of this, Grandma Wu sighed deeply. "It's like this." Grandma Wu recounted the entire story to Wu Jinjin without missing a word. Wu Jinjin, surprised, said, "Such a great opportunity and my brother disagrees?" Wu Lan's family conditions in high society might only be considered ordinary, but compared to families like Wu Jinjin's and Wu Jinshi's, they were definitely wealthy. For Yenyun to marry into such a family would be marrying above her status. Grandma Wu said, "That stubborn brother of yours, he says he wants to sell his daughter." Wu Jinjin grabbed Grandma Wu's hands. "Mom, you can't listen to my brother on this. While you're still here, you should be the one calling the shots. Not to mention Yenyun isn't even my brother's biological child. Even if she were, marrying into such a well-off family would be a huge stroke of luck for her. If it were someone else, they might not even be able to marry so high." Grandma Wu sighed. "The man is as old as your brother and already has 2 daughters. Your brother probably feels pity for Yenyun marrying into a family and becoming a stepmother. Being a stepmother is not easy these days." Wu Jinjin said, "What about being a stepmother? Who you marry is who you marry. Rather than marrying some poor guy, it's better to marry someone with good conditions and later become a wealthy lady. Times have changed. Back in the day, decent families' daughters still became concubines to landowners and rich merchants. There were even old men at 80 marrying 18-year-old girls. At only 35, he's not old at all." In Wu Jinjin's eyes, these weren't problems at all. If she hadn't married, she would have even considered marrying in place of Yenyun. She was sick of struggling through poverty, which is why she had promptly found a local man from Beijing to marry. Even the poorest local man from Beijing lived better than countryside folks. Grandma Wu holding onto Wu Jinjin's hand, "If only your brother could think like you." Wu Jinjin speechlessly said, "Why care about my brother? Yenyun is your eldest granddaughter. Even if you make this decision for my brother, he can't do anything to you. After you've raised him through such difficult times, is he going to deny you as his mother?" Wu Jinjin was young but full of cunning ideas. Learning that her niece could marry into such a good family, of course, she couldn't miss this opportunity. "Jinjin, now you're the only one I can rely on. Tell me, Mum, what should I do?" Grandma Wu eagerly held Wu Jinjin's hand. Wu Jinjin smiled. "Mom, listen to me." Wu Jinjin whispered a lot into Grandma Wu's ear. After listening, Grandma Wu felt a burden lift from her heart and smiled. The old saying is right. A daughter is a mother's little quilted jacket. Wu Jinjin continued, "Mom, since Yenyun is so beautiful, you should ask for a larger dowry." Grandma Wu said, "Lanzi already promised me that once it's settled, he'll give our family that 2-story townhouse with a courtyard, and he'll also sort out our household registration issues and take care of Dalong and Erlong's schooling." "Mom, do you have such low aspirations?" Wu Jinjin continued, "The reason they're offering such favorable terms is because they really fancy Yenyun. Our family has only one beautiful girl like Yenyun. Once this chance is missed, there will be no next shop, so why not ask for more while you can? Besides, our family has raised her for so many years, it's time she gave back." The more Grandma Wu listened, the more she felt Wu Jinjin was making sense. "So, Jinjin, what should we ask from them?" Grandma Wu asked. Wu Jinjin said, "Why ask for objects? Objects are trivial. Of course, it's most reliable to ask for money. Their family has money, right? Besides those 3 promises you were given last time, ask for an additional 2,000 yuan. Chapter 821. The Truth. _6. 2,000 yuan? At this time, An ordinary family would need about 10 years to earn 2,000 yuan. Grandma Wu got a fright. Will they give it? Wu Jinjin said, if they don't give it, then don't marry off. Anyway, my brother doesn't even want to marry Yan off yet. Besides, Yan is so beautiful, she might meet someone even better later on. In actuality, Wu Jinjin was well aware that since that household was willing to offer a house to take a bride, it meant they were not lacking those 2,000 yuan. 2,000 yuan was a huge amount for him, but for well-off families, it can be managed. Grandma Wu nodded, thinking Wu Jinjin made a lot of sense. Wu Jinjin continued, Mom, I'm Yanyan's aunt, and I held her when she was little, you see. If this deal goes through, shouldn't you give me some benefit? Grandma Wu then said, isn't your family living quite well? Why care about such a little money? What well? Wu Jinjin said, my mother-in-law is totally unreasonable, plus since I come from another place, she looks down on me. She always gives me these looks. Also, when I got married back then, you asked for an 80 yuan bride price from their family, but didn't prepare even a basic dowry for me. My mother-in-law constantly uses that to mock me, mentioning how much dowry this or that family provided. Dowry items often included a wash basin, a comb, a mirror, and a chamber pot. In an age where flush toilets hadn't yet become common, chamber pots were a daily necessity. For ordinary families, even the poorest would prepare these essential dowry items. Slightly better off ones would even buy chests, nightstands, and dressing tables as dowry. But the Wu family was too poor, and as Wu Jinshu was not well, Grandma Wu, after asking for the hefty bride price of 80 yuan, hadn't prepared any dowry items for Wu Jinjin. Knowing she hadn't handled things properly back then, Grandma Wu sighed and said, Jinjin, you've suffered a lot at the Li family over these years, but I had no choice, you know our situation, let's not talk about the past. Wu Jinjin said, Mom, this time you have to support me in front of my in-laws. Don't worry, I won't ask for too much. Recalling her daughter's suffering at her in-laws' house over the years, Grandma Wu nodded firmly, okay. Jinjin, how much money do you want? Wu Jinjin said, actually, I don't really want money. I just hope you can buy me a bicycle, and also, I want a sewing machine. At that time, a bicycle alone cost nearly 300 yuan, and a sewing machine would cost even more. Grandma Wu was really reluctant, but thinking of Wu Jinjin's sufferings at her in-laws, she gritted her teeth and agreed. Just a bicycle and a sewing machine? Even if both items together cost 1,000 yuan, she would still have 1,000 left. Besides, they would still get a house and a Beijing household registration, considering that they weren't losing out. Seeing that Grandma Wu agreed, Wu Jinjin was very happy. Mom, that settles it then, you really mustn't regret this. Don't worry, I won't regret it, said Grandma Wu. That's great. Wu Jinjin said, let's get going. We will visit Wu Lan's place now. Why are we going to Wu Lan's? Asked Grandma Wu. Since the matter is settled, it's time to finalize the wedding date. Wu Lan replied, sooner rather than later. What if someone gets ahead of us? Wu Lan's brother is such a catch, I'm sure many people have their eyes on him. Hearing this, Grandma Wu quickly got out of bed. All right, let's go. Wu Yenyun knew why her grandmother was so angry. She probably resented her for eating too much. With not a lot to go around, one more person eating was just additional burden. Wu Yenyun sat in the courtyard, looking up at the sky, and let out a deep sigh. Just then, she saw Grandma Wu and Wu Jinjin hurrying out. Grandma Aunt, where are you going? Wu Yenyun immediately stood up. Wu Jinjin looked back impatiently. It's adult business. Kids should stay out of it. Wu Yenyun had nothing more to say. She arrived at Wu Lan's house. Wu Lan welcomed Grandma Wu and Wu Jinjin with her usual warmth. Wu Jinjin, who was eloquent, clarified the purpose of their visit in just a few words. On hearing this, Wu Lan said, getting a daughter-in-law for my brother isn't something to be taken lightly, and since you've already given it some thought, let's set a time for the young people to meet. Whether this works out still depends on my brother. Grandma Wu didn't say anything, and Wu Jinjin asked, what about tomorrow? Does tomorrow work? Such matters were of course better settled sooner rather than later to avoid unnecessary complications. Wu Lan nodded. Fine, let's make it tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, and we'll meet at my place. If my brother takes a liking to Yenyun, our two families can sit down and discuss other issues thoroughly. Although Wu Lan thought Wu Yenyun was very attractive, it all depended on Wu Chang's own wishes. Wu Jinjin hurriedly nodded. Yes, that works. After leaving Wu Lan's house, Wu Jinjin felt uneasy. Mom, what if they don't like Yenyun? Didn't you say this deal was certain? Why do we have to meet first? If they didn't approve of Wu Yenyun, wouldn't she lose a bicycle? How could Wu Jinjin not worry? She dreamt of owning a bicycle and a sewing machine. With those two possessions, would her cruel mother-in-law dare to look down on her? Grandma Wu said, don't worry about that. With Yanyun's looks, you won't find another like her in 10 villages. Wu Yanyun's beauty was undeniable as she was not from the Wu family. Wu Jinjin said, hopefully. We'll meet at 10 tomorrow morning. I'll come over at 8:30. By then, will my brother and sister-in-law have gone to work? This matter could not yet be disclosed to Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju. Grandma Wu replied, they've gone to work. They leave for work every day at 7 in the morning. Wu Jinjin nodded, that's good. Upon returning home, Wu Yenyun was not there. Wu Delong and Wu Erlong were taking care of their younger brother. Grandma Wu asked, why are you two looking after Xiaolong? Where's your older sister? She had something to attend to, Wu Erlong replied. She has nothing to attend to. I bet she's just slacking off. All right, go play, I'll watch Xiaolong, Grandma Wu said. Hearing they were relieved of the duty, Wu Delong and Wu Erlong ran off faster than rabbits. Wu Yenyun trudged down the street with heavy steps. She hadn't had enough to eat in the evening or at noon, and now she hardly had any energy. Walking down the streets of Beijing, she went from shop to shop asking if they needed part-time workers. She wanted to find a job that could help reduce the burden on her family. Excuse me, are you looking for part-time workers? I'm hardworking and can do any sort of job. No, we're not hiring. Get out of here. These were the kinds of rejections Wu Yenyun faced. But Wu Yenyun didn't lose heart. She continued asking from one place to the next, desperately hoping to find some part-time work. Chapter 822. Transfer. There were many shops on the street, but few needed part-time workers. After all, the economy at this time wasn't as developed as in later times, and the businesses weren't booming. Many shops could barely make ends meet, so how could they afford to hire people? Moreover, Wu Yenyun was still underage, so even the shops that needed part-time workers wouldn't dare to hire her. As she walked, Wu Yenyun came across a noodle restaurant with a long queue at the entrance, and next to it was a milk tea shop, both swarming with people. Business was booming. The milk tea shop was called New York Milk Tea, and the noodle restaurant was called Sour Fish Noodle Restaurant. Both establishments had become popular in Beijing over a year ago and had spawned many imitators in Beijing streets, yet the originals had never been surpassed. New York Milk Tea and Sour Fish Noodle Restaurant had significantly influenced the dining scene. Wu Yenyun entered the restaurant where two aunties were efficiently cleaning the tables. Auntie, do you hire part-time workers? The aroma inside the restaurant was so tantalizing that Wu Yenyun couldn't help but swallow saliva. Your business is thriving for a reason. Coincidentally, the store Wu Yenyun visited was managed by Zhou Qingsheng. Zhou Qingsheng had a daughter about Wu Yenyun's age. Girl, would you like to come work here? Yes. Wu Yenyun nodded in a hurry. Auntie, don't worry, I can do anything. You can pay me whatever you think is appropriate. I really need this job. Zhou Qingsheng then asked, how old are you this year, young lady? 17, Wu Yenyun replied. Zhou Qingsheng's daughter, Wang Xiaoya, was 16 and in her final year of junior high school. Young lady, aren't you going to school? Wu Yenyun shook her head. Zhou Qingsheng had also faced tough times in the past. If it weren't for Ni Yang and her daughter coming to Jinghua village, Wang Xiaoya probably would have dropped out of school by now. Seeing Wu Yenyun, she felt sympathy. Just wait a moment for me, young lady. Zhou Qingsheng quickly cleaned up the table and headed towards the kitchen. Wu Yenyun stood there waiting for Zhou Qingsheng with a nervous heart. Zhou Qingshang soon came back with a bag in her hand. "Young lady, this is some leftover buns and noodles from our lunch. If you don't mind, you can take them home and eat, otherwise, it would just be a waste if we throw them away." "Thank you, Auntie." Wu Yenyun took the bag with both hands. Wu Yenyun continued, "Young lady, we have never hired part-timers before, and am not sure if the boss will hire you. Come back tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock and the boss will be here." Although Zhou Qingshang was now the store manager, hiring part-time workers wasn't something she could decide. Even more so since Wu Yenyun wasn't of age yet. She was afraid of causing trouble for Ni Yang. "Auntie, thank you. Thank you." Wu Yenyun held the bag and kept bowing to Zhou Qingshang. "You're welcome," Zhou Qingshang replied. "You should head back now and come again tomorrow." Wu Yenyun left with the food in hand. Zhou Qingshang had given a lot. There were 10 meat buns and a large bag of soup noodles. Actually, these foods were not leftovers from lunch but were bought by Zhou Qingshang herself. Looking at Wu Yenyun's condition, she knew she hadn't eaten enough. Zhou Qingshang had also experienced being hungry before and knew how painful that could be. Wu Yenyun was very hungry and couldn't resist eating a meat bun as she walked. The meat bun was truly delicious, bursting with juice at each bite. The flavor of the meat bun lingered in her mouth. Wu Yenyun ate 3 buns in a row before gradually regaining her strength. Just then, a car suddenly rushed around the corner. Screech! The sharp sound of an emergency brake echoed, and Wu Yenyun's face instantly turned pale, frightened and collapsing to the ground, the noodles scattering everywhere. Fortunately, the car stopped just 0.1 millimeters away from her. Wu Yenyun swallowed nervously, thinking she was about to be hit a moment ago. "Go and check." The man in the back seat, holding Buddha beads, spoke faintly. The sunlight shone through the car window and cast a faint glow on him, making the already ethereal and elegant man seem even more unreal. "All right." The driver nodded, opened the car door, and stepped out. "Are you all right, young lady?" The driver walked over. Wu Yenyun couldn't care less about herself, crying out in distress, "My noodles, my noodles." Those noodles were enough for a meal for her family, but now, they were all spilled. Chapter 823, Transfer_2. Bright sunlight cast her profile in a pale and delicate light. The man inside the car glanced back and just happened to catch the scene. He raised an eyebrow slightly, lowered the car window, and called out, "Xiaoqing." Upon hearing this, the driver immediately ran over. Boss Du twirled Buddha beads in one hand and took out a banknote from his wallet with the other. "Give this to her." "All right." Xiaoqing took the banknote and walked over to Wu Yenyun. "Young lady, stop crying and get up. This is from our boss Du. Take it and go buy yourself a new bowl of noodles and buns." Before her eyes was a blue 100 yuan bill. The most common bills people saw at that time were the 10 yuan ones, also known as Big Unity. Ordinary families almost never saw a 100 yuan bill. The fact that this man gave out 100 yuan so freely suggested he was no ordinary person. Seeing that Wu Yenyun had no reaction, Xiaoqing stuffed the money into Wu Yenyun's hands and got back into the car. Wu Yenyun hurriedly lifted her head and saw a gentle and elegant profile through the fleeting car window. He was dressed in old-style traditional clothes, looking straight ahead, his handsome features set against a cool, snowy aura. Such people, who appear so cultivated, are actually the hardest to deal with. Wu Yenyun clutched the banknote tightly in her hand. Their family was indeed short on money at the moment. With this large sum of 100 yuan, they could do a lot. The streets bustled with people. After the black car disappeared, only Wu Yenyun remained sitting on the ground. A few stray dogs and cats ran over from not far away, quickly clearing the food remnants on the ground. Everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Wu Yenyun stood up from the ground and limped towards the grain and oil shop. She bought 100 pounds of rice in one go, along with 10 pounds of sesame oil, 50 pounds of flour, spending a total of 30 yuan. The shopkeeper even personally delivered these items to the Wu family. It may seem like a lot of goods, but with so many people in the Wu family, and their appetites larger at that time, these items wouldn't last very long, at most, half a month. When Wu Yenyun returned, Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju had already come back. Seeing the shopkeeper carrying bags of rice and oil into their house, Yen Erju pulled Wu Yenyun aside with a puzzled look. Xiaoyun, what's going on? Mom, this is for you. Wu Yenyun handed the remaining 70 yuan to Yen Erju and briefly explained the afternoon's incident. Yen Erju and Wu Jinshu paled when they heard that Wu Yenyun had almost been in a car accident. Xiaoyun, are you all right? Wu Yenyun shook her head. Mom and Dad, don't worry, I'm fine. That's good, Yen Erju continued. But you need to be more careful in the future, especially when crossing the street. You can't be this lucky every time. Wu Jinshu said, your mother's right. You can't be this lucky every time. What if the car had hit you badly? How would our family cope? We can earn money back, but you have to understand that no amount of money can buy back a life. What's priceless in this world? Life is priceless. Wu Yenyun nodded. Mom and Dad, I understand. Wu Erlong added from the side, Mom and Dad, with this money, can sister go to school now? Yen Erju gave a bitter smile. How could this money be enough? Just the tuition for one semester was 98 yuan, plus miscellaneous fees and food. It all added up to 138 yuan. That was why in the 1980s, so many dropped out after middle school. Wages were low. To send one child to school could deplete a family's entire savings. Not like later generations, where 9 years of compulsory education was fully implemented. Not only was school free, there were scholarships and subsidies for students in need. Thus, those who lived through this era were very frugal in later times. Wu Dalong continued, is it enough for Erlong and me to go to school? Not enough, Yen Erju shook her head, then said, but don't worry, Xiaolong. Mom and Dad will work hard and provide for your schooling. It's just a matter of time before they could save enough for tuition. Just then, Granny Wu happened to overhear Yen Erju's statement, retorted, with what you and Jinshu earn, it wouldn't be enough even if you saved for 10 more years. Yen Erju and Wu Jinshu together earned less than 20 yuan a month. The rent was 10 yuan a month. Their meager income barely covered the family's expenses, and they still dreamed of affording their children's education. Chapter 824, Transfer_3. Dream on. The family was already living like this, yet Wu Jinshu stubbornly refused to marry off his daughter. He didn't even consider his own abilities. Fortunately, she was still clear-headed and able to make decisions for the household. Otherwise, Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju would have dragged the whole family down. Upon hearing this, Yen Erju's expression darkened. Then she said, Mom, are you hungry? I'll go cook some dinner. Tonight we'll have aromatic white rice. In later generations, rice was a common food, but in this era, struggling families could hardly afford a meal of white rice. Yen Erju's family normally only ate coarse rice. Coarse rice, meant for feeding chickens and ducks, was hard and astringent, choking the throat and causing pain. And even this coarse rice wasn't enough to go around. Grandmother Wu glanced at Yen Erju. Where did the money come from to buy white rice? Yen Erju explained the situation to Grandmother Wu. Grandmother Wu said, just 100 yuan makes you this happy? Wu Yenyun could exchange for a small Western-style house plus 2,000 yuan. How happy would Yen Erju be then? After Grandmother Wu left, Yen Erju tugged at Wu Jinshu's sleeve. Why do I feel like Mom was a bit strange today? She didn't even care about 100 yuan. If others heard, they might think our family is rich. Wu Jinshu wasn't concerned. That's just how my mom is, probably just in a bad mood today. Yen Erju didn't dwell on it and turned to Wu Yenyun. Xiaoyun, go rest for a bit. I'll make dinner today. Wu Yenyun rolled up his sleeves. Mom, you've been tired all day. Let me do it. Yen Erju smiled and said, Mom's not tired. You, on the other hand, must have been really scared by that car just now. Go rest, you've been working hard these days too. Unable to argue with Yen Erju, Wu Yenyun reluctantly went to his room to rest. That evening, Yen Erju steamed a large pot of rice, and also fried a plate of sesame oil vegetables and cooked a big bowl of sesame oil egg soup. The children ate very happily. Wu Yenyun also unusually had a full meal that shocked him, especially since Grandmother Wu didn't give him any looks during the meal. He felt surprised and somewhat pleased. After all, he was still a teenager. He wanted to eat his fill too. Who would want to experience the pangs of hunger? The next morning, Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju went to work together. Grandmother Wu approached Wu Yinyun. Yinyun, let Dalong and Erlong keep an eye on Xiaolong. You come with me. Wu Yinyun nodded. Grandma, where are we going? You don't need to worry about that, Grandmother Wu continued. We'll leave when your aunt comes. Oh. Wu Yinyun didn't ask further. Soon Wu Jinjin arrived. Wu Jinjin was always neatly dressed, regardless of the occasion. Especially today, she had even brought out clothes preserved for special occasions and wore a pair of silver earrings she donned only during the new year. Yinyun, I brought a dress for you. Try it quickly to see if it fits. If it does, put it on and well go. Wu Jinjin handed a water-red dress to Wu Yinyun. Wu Yinyun was stunned. Aunt, is this for me? Wu Jinjin was a very dutiful and filial daughter, but not a good aunt. She didn't like Wu Jinshu's children at all, whether it was Wu Dalong, Wu Xiaolong, or Wu Yinyun. She never cared for any of them. From their childhood, she never once bought them candy. Whenever she brought something over, it was always secretly given to Grandmother Wu. Wu Yinyun was surprised when Wu Jinjin suddenly offered her a dress. Wu Jinjin smiled and said, Look at you asking such questions. If it's not for you, who else could it be for? Go change quickly, we have to go out soon. Convinced that the dress was for her, Wu Yinyun went back inside the house to change. After Wu Yinyun left, Grandmother Wu expressed her dissatisfaction. You work hard for your money, why waste it buying clothes for her? It's not bought. This dress belonged to Jianli when she was younger, Wu Jinjin replied. Jianli was Wu Jinjin's sister-in-law. Upon hearing the dress was an old one that didn't cost money, Grandmother Wu finally relaxed. After a moment, Wu Yinyun came out dressed. Wu Yinyun was unlike the rest of the Wu family. She was tall and even though she was only 17, she had already reached a height of 165 centimeters, surpassing Wu Jinjin by more than a head. Chapter 825, Transfer_4. Although the water-red color had faded to nearly white, it surprisingly looked good on Yinyun. Jinjin said, It really is true, clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. Our Yinyun is a grown lady now. Such a beautiful maiden. Wu Lan had no reason to look down on her. It looked like her bicycle and sewing machine might just be within reach after all, Jinjin thought, her smile growing brighter. Yinyun tugged at her skirt uneasily. Auntie, perhaps I should change out of this. It's not convenient for working. There's no need, just wear that. Jinjin grabbed Yanyun's wrist. Today, you don't have to do any chores. Let's go then, it's almost time, Grandma added. Deng Erlong, take good care of your brother at home. We'll be back soon. Grandma, I want to go too. Dalong followed Grandma's steps. Grandma said kindly, Deng, stay home. Grandma will bring back some sweets for you. Hearing there would be sweets, Dalong was overjoyed. All right, then you should hurry, Grandma. Walking along the road, Yinyun felt something odd and asked, Grandma, Auntie, where are we going? Jinjin, smiling, linked arms with Yinyun. Just out for some fun, you'll see soon enough. Soon they reached Wu Lan's house. Yinyun asked, Isn't this Auntie Wu Lan's place? Grandma, what are we doing here? Grandma replied sternly, Children should not ask too many questions. Just sit quietly and listen when we talk later. Grandma wouldn't reveal the truth to Yinyun until everything was settled. This girl was clever, what if she disagreed? As they entered the yard, Wu Lan came out from the house warmly. Auntie, come in, please sit. There were quite a few people in the living room. Among them were Wu Lan's husband and her brother, Wu Chang, remembering Wu Lan's mother. Wu Lan introduced, Mom, Xiangxia, this is Yanyun's grandma, this is Yanyun's auntie, and this here is Yanyun. Jinjin was especially good at handling situations, and she immediately started greeting everyone. Feeling several pairs of eyes scrutinizing her intensively, Yanyun became noticeably nervous, her hands tightly wrung together. Actually, Wu Chang had been rather reluctant to come today. Because Wu Lan had said the girl was just a countryside lass, he thought, how pretty can a village girl be? but he hadn't expected Yen Yun to be so attractive. Wu Chang immediately stood up. So this is Yen? You must be tired from the long walk. Please have a seat. Wu Chang, at 35, didn't need to work because his family owned over 30 properties. His days were spent playing card games and collecting rent, living a practically idyllic life. This led to a drastic alteration in his appearance. He had a beer belly, a bald head, and a greasy face, looking much older than his actual age. Wu Lan and their mother felt reassured seeing Wu Chang act like this. He must be interested. Otherwise, why would Wu Chang be so enthusiastic? Though Wu Chang wasn't much to look at, his financial situation was solid. Despite having met numerous girls, none had interested him. Finally finding one that satisfied him, their mother heaved a great sigh of relief. And not only was the girl pleasing to Wu Chang, but she also greatly satisfied the mother-in-law. She was beautiful and seemed easy to handle. As a mother-in-law, she didn't want a strong-willed daughter-in-law. If she ended up with such a daughter-in-law instead of being taken care of, she would be the one catering to the daughter-in-law. Jin and Grandma, sensing the situation, urged Yen Yun to sit down. Xiaowu says sit down, so quickly take a seat. Yen Yun had never experienced anything like this, but she vaguely understood that today's visit was far from a simple courtesy call. There was definitely something else going on. Yen Yun felt uneasy, especially unable to endure Wu Chang's blatant stares. She had barely touched the sofa when she quickly stood up. Grandma, Auntie, I have something to do, I need to go back. After saying that, she left the place as if escaping. Although Wu Lan's house was as splendid as a palace, it made her feel suffocated. It was only after running outside that Yen Yun could finally breathe more easily. Grandma was livid. Chapter 826, Transfer _5. This wretch. How she embarrasses her. Does she think she's such a hot commodity that no one else will do but her? Wu Chang looked at Wu Yanyan's retreating figure. Why did she leave? With his conditions, how could Wu Yanyun not be impressed? Wu Jinjin said with a smile, trying to smooth things over, our Yanyun has never been in a match before, it's her first time riding the wedding sedan, she's just shy, Xiaowu, please don't take it to heart. She's quite satisfied with you. Hearing this, Wu Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that's good. Wu's mother glanced at Wu Jinjin and said indifferently, can you speak for your niece? When Wu's mother was not retired, she was the head of the local district. She was always serious and had a thorough way of addressing issues. This matter isn't so simple. Wu Jinjin smiled and said, Auntie, I can't decide on this matter, but my mom can. Yen Yun is my mom's granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Wu's grandmother immediately agreed. Yes, I can decide on this. Wu's mother continued, our Wu family has always been clean and keen, we never do things that trouble others. It's either a yes or a no, forced melons are never sweet. Our family has money, what kind of daughter-in-law can't we find? Wu's mother is a respectable person, she definitely doesn't like doing things that can't be put on the table. Wu's grandmother agreed, Yes, you are right, rest assured even though I am old I can still handle this. Wu's mother continued, although you are the girl's grandmother, this matter still needs to be approved by your son and daughter-in-law, right? Wu's grandmother couldn't respond to this. Because Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju didn't know anything about this matter. Wu Jinjin hurriedly chimed in with a smile. Auntie, I'll just tell you the truth, the situation in our family is rather complicated. Yen Yun isn't my brother and sister-in-law's biological daughter. Yen Yun was picked up by my mom from the mountains, and it was my mom who raised her from infancy. She has no connection with my brother and sister-in-law, so as long as my mom agrees, it's settled. Wu's grandmother was startled. In her heart, she silently gave Wu Jinjin a thumbs up, truly her own clever daughter, quick to react, lying without a draft. Hearing this, Wu's mother nodded, I see. Since she isn't her own and was raised solely by the elderly lady, then this matter should be easier to handle. Wu Chang nudged Wu's mother. Wu's mother knew what her son meant and continued, you all know the situation of our family. Xiangxi now has 2 daughters. The young lady, if married into our family, doesn't need to do any work. She just needs to take care of me and the 2 children, and of course, cook and do Qiang's laundry. Wu Jinjin laughed and said, "These are all small matters. What household's new bride doesn't do these?" Moreover, Xiangxi currently only has 2 daughters. It certainly won't work for them not to have a son. After all, we Wu family are not short of money. I mean, no matter how many children, we must have a boy to carry on the Wu family line. Whenever, wherever, there are always those who value sons over daughters. Daughters take their husband's name when they marry, sons bring in wives who take their name, continuing the lineage. Exactly, Wu Jinjin laughed. Aren't we women born to bear sons and raise children for our husband's family? What's wrong with having a few more children? Wu's mother nodded and continued. Moreover, Qiang's age is also a factor here. The sooner it's done, the better, as long as the 2 young people are willing. The longer the delay, the more dreams in the night. It's not easy to find the right person. Wu Jinjin said, "Auntie, fundamentally there are no problems with what you've said. However, since you've spoken to this point, let's be frank. I'll also speak on behalf of my mom and state our family's conditions." "Go ahead." Wu's mother took a sip of tea. Wu's grandmother watched Wu Jinjin, who was articulate and clever, feeling a deep sense of pride. Luckily she had such an excellent daughter to stand up for her. Wu Jinjin continued, "Aside from the household registration and small Western-style house your family agreed to up front, our family also wants a dowry of 3,000 yuan. 3,000 yuan. Wu's grandmother looked at Wu Jinjin, surprised. Wasn't it agreed it would only be 2,000 yuan? How did it suddenly become 3,000? Wu Jinjin gently patted Wu's grandmother's hand, signaling her not to be surprised. Chapter 827, Transfer_6. She had figured it out. The Wu family was not short of money at all. Since they weren't hard up, of course, she had to ask for more. Such lavish wealth only came once in a lifetime. Hearing this, Wu's mother placed her teacup on the table and gently tapped it. "Are you selling your daughter or marrying her off?" Country folks are country folks indeed. When it comes to marrying off a daughter, they don't beat around the bush. Even if she wasn't their own flesh and blood, did it have to be this ruthless? At this time, in Beijing, when an ordinary family took a bride, the most they'd offer was 500 yuan as a dowry. But their demands were different. Wanting both a house and money as soon as they opened their mouths, it was 3,000. Wu Jinjin said with a smile, "Auntie, what you said is a bit harsh. As the saying goes, a match made in heaven is tied with a thread. If our Yenyun and Xiaowu truly have no fate, then there is nothing we can do as family members." She meant they were ready to call the whole thing off. Wu Chang panicked as soon as he heard this. "We are fated. Yenyun and I are very much fated. I agree to the 3,000. None of the conditions you've proposed are a problem." Wu Yenyun was so beautiful and still an untouched young lady. It wouldn't matter if it were 3,000 or even 30,000, Wu Chang would find a way to gather it. Wu's mother inwardly rolled her eyes at Wu Chang, frustrated with his lack of resolve. She had planned to bargain down the price, yet her son was so weak-willed in front of a beautiful girl that he couldn't even move his feet. Now that everything was out in the open, Wu's mother didn't beat around the bush either and continued, "To show the Wu family's sincerity, let's draw up an agreement, pay the dowry now, then choose a day for both families to sit down for a meal together and settle on a wedding date. As for the house, your family can only move in after the young couple is married." "Agreed," Wu Jinjin nodded. Wu's mother turned her head to look at Grandma Wu. "What about you? Do you see any issues?" Yenyun had been raised by her hands after all, and Wu's mother felt it necessary to ask for Grandma Wu's opinion. Grandma Wu said, "I have no objections." They were willing to pay so much, offer a house, and move the household registration. What could she possibly object to? Wu's mother had come prepared today. She took out 3 stacks of RMB from her bag. "Here is 3,000 yuan. Let's write up an agreement and consider this matter settled." Good, Grandma Wu nodded. Both Grandma Wu and Wu Jinjin were illiterate, so how the agreement was drawn up was entirely up to Wu's mother and Wu Lan. They only had to press their fingerprints as confirmation. It wasn't until they left Wu Lan's house that Grandma Wu still felt somewhat surreal. Jean, does our family really own a 2-story Western-style house with a yard now? Of course it's real. Wu Jinjin nodded. Not only that, you now have 3,000 yuan in your pocket too. Grandma Wu felt her pocket. Sure enough, those thick stacks of banknotes were still there. Wu Jinjin continued, how about it? I have got skills, don't I? The dowry was 2,000 yuan, and I managed to get it up to 3,000. According to your thinking, we would have just taken one house and nothing else, wouldn't we have lost out big time? A full 3,000 yuan. What ordinary family could have so much money? Wealthy people really are different. Grandma Wu said with a smile. Yes, you are capable. No wonder they say a daughter is a mother's little padded jacket. Wu Jinjin went on, Mom, now that we also have money, let's go buy a bicycle and a sewing machine, shall we? Sure. Let's go now. A bicycle and a Singer sewing machine together cost over 1,100 yuan, but Grandma Wu wasn't hesitant to pay. After Wu Yenyun got home, she changed out of her long dress and into her usual clothes with patches. It wasn't until the afternoon that Grandma Wu returned with a smiling face, holding 2 roast chickens in her hands. Dang Erlong, come and have some roast chicken. Grandma Wu called Wu Delong and Wu Erlong over to eat the roast chicken. As soon as they heard there was roast chicken, the 2 little ones were over the moon and immediately ran over like crazy. Wu Erlong tore off a chicken leg. You'll bring this chicken leg to Big Sister to eat. Wu Grandma's face darkened. You are not to give it to her. Just now, Wu Yenyun had made the Wu family lose face, and Grandma Wu hadn't calmed down yet. At that moment, Wu Yenyun came over holding a dress. Grandma Wu quickly hid the roast chicken. What are you doing here? Wu Yenyun placed the dress aside. Grandma, I can't accept this dress, please return it to Auntie. Wearing that dress never sat right with her. You were given it, you wear it, Granny Wu said. No need, just return it to Auntie. After saying that, Wu Yenyun turned and walked away. Granny Wu herself had a strong opinion of Wu Yenyun and now felt even more that Wu Yenyun was not presentable. All this fuss over a dress? In the afternoon, Wu Yenyun arrived at the noodle restaurant as agreed. 2 o'clock was precisely the restaurant's resting time. Seeing Wu Yenyun, Zhou Qingshang greeted her warmly. Young lady, you've arrived. Auntie. Zhou Qingshang continued, come in quick, our boss is inside. Wu Yenyun followed Zhou Qingshang inside. Just as she walked in, Wu Yenyun saw a familiar figure, Yang. And Yang was also a bit surprised and said with a smile, Aunt Zhou, is this young lady the one you mentioned was coming to apply for a job? Zhou Qingshang was also taken aback, nodded, and said, Yes, that's her. Yang, you two know each other. And Yang pulled up a chair for Wu Yenyun to sit down. More than just acquaintances, we're good friends too. And Yang had a good impression of Wu Yenyun. This young girl always gave her an unexplainable sense of affinity. Wu Yenyun looked at Yang with undisguised surprise in her eyes. Yang, you're the boss of this place? And Yang nodded, yeah. Yang, you're incredible. Someone like Yang would surely come from a good background, not like her who had nothing, coming from a poor background, and couldn't even keep her stomach full. To say she wasn't envious would be a lie. Every girl dreams of being a princess. Wu Yenyun was no exception. And Yang then said, Yenyun, are you looking for work? Yes. Wu Yenyun nodded. Yang, can you give me a job? And Yang hesitated for a moment. Yenyun, you're only 17 this year, and according to the rules, our shop can't hire minors. But my other shop is short of long-term staff. The monthly salary is 40 yuan. Would your parents be willing to come? After all, Yang was in business, and her competitors were watching her like a hawk. If she really hired a child laborer, it would be just asking for trouble. As the saying goes, the bigger the tree, the harder it is to stay out of the wind. Currently, she couldn't take such risks. However, she really wanted to give Wu Yenyun a hand, so she suggested hiring Wu Yenyun's parents. A monthly salary of 40 yuan? These words made Wu Yenyun's eyes light up. Wu Jinshu and Yen Urge's combined monthly salary was barely 20 yuan. If they worked for Yang, they could make 80 yuan a month. With those 80 yuan, she wouldn't have to worry about her two brothers' schooling and food and clothing problems anymore. Wu Yenyun said excitedly, "My parents can really come to work?" And Yang nodded, "Yeah." Wu Yenyun said with some concern, "But my parents are illiterate, and my dad has a disability, his right hand is missing the little finger. Can they really come to work?" It was precisely because Yen Erju was illiterate and Wu Jinshu had health issues that they never found a good job. Otherwise, their family wouldn't be struggling to get by. "It's okay," Yang continued, "as long as uncle and auntie don't mind. Doing cleaning work doesn't require literacy, and it's relatively light and doesn't require much strength." Chapter 828, Domineering. The noodle restaurant's cleaning job mainly involves tidying up tables and sweeping floors, which isn't considered heavy labor for someone used to hard work. "Yang, are you serious?" Wu Yenyun asked with a hint of disbelief. And Yang nodded. "Of course I'm serious. Do you think I would joke about something like this? By the way, are your parents home? If they are, have them come over for a trial. If they think it's good, they can start working tomorrow morning." Wu Yenyun excitedly said, "They're at home. They'll go and call them over right now." Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju were actually not at home, but Wu Yenyun didn't want them to miss such a good job opportunity. "All right, Yenyun, don't rush. They'll be in the shop all day today." Hearing this, Zhou Qingsheng looked at Yang in surprise. Since there were several stores, Yang usually spent no more than 2 hours in each shop. Today, to help Wu Yenyun, she said she would stay in the shop the entire day. "Then Yang, I'll be right back." Wu Yenyun ran towards the door. Fortunately, the place where Wu Yenyun worked wasn't far from here. She first went to the rice shop where Yen Erju worked. In the mild May weather, Yen Erju was nevertheless sweating profusely as she carried a 160-pound bag of rice up to the second floor of the rice shop. There were many workers in the rice shop who carried rice bags, but they were all strong men. It was quite rare to see a woman like Yen Erju doing such work. Therefore, everyone admired Yen Erju greatly. "Erju, your daughter's here," a co-worker told Yen Erju. Although Wu Yenyun seldom came to the rice shop, she was very beautiful, so everyone remembered her. "My elder daughter is here?" Yen Erju dropped the bag of rice and casually wiped her forehead with her sleeve. "Yes, she's waiting for you outside right now." "Oh, then I'll go right away." Yen Erju put her sleeve down. Normally, Wu Yenyun wouldn't come to the rice shop to find her unless something happened at home. With this thought, Yen Erju felt a sudden rush of anxiety and hurried towards the door. "Xiaoyan, why did you come? Is something wrong at home?" "No," Wu Yenyun shook her head. "Mom, I found a better job for you and Dad. Please take a leave and then come for an interview with me." Relieved that nothing was wrong at home, Yen Erju asked, "What kind of good job?" Wu Yenyun explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Yen Erju said in surprise, "Really, 40 yuan a month?" Working in the rice shop, struggling day in and day out, she barely earned a bit more than 10 yuan a month. And now, simply cleaning could earn her 40 yuan a month? At that time, even educated people working in factories were only earning 30 yuan a month. Could she, who couldn't recognize a single written character, really earn a monthly salary of 40 yuan? Really? Wu Yenyun nodded confidently. "Mom, let's hurry and go find Dad." Yen Erju hesitated, still somewhat incredulous. "Xiaoyan, you're not being fooled by someone, are you?" Wu Yenyun smiled and said, "Yang isn't a cheat. She's the one who invited us to eat dumpling soup last time and gave me 13 yuan. Upon hearing this, Yen Erju believed her by 70 to 80% and took off her work apron. "Then I'll ask our boss for leave right now." Yen Erju successfully took her leave. "Let's go quickly." Mother and daughter arrived at the construction site where Wu Jinshu worked. Wu Jinshu, upon hearing about the job, was also somewhat incredulous. He only earned a few cents for a whole day's work at the construction site. A monthly salary of 40 yuan was undoubtedly great news. The three of them hurried to Yang's noodle restaurant, all in less than an hour. "Yun, here you are. These must be your uncle and aunt?" Yang stood up politely. Wu Yenyun nodded. "Yunung, this is my dad, and this is my mom. Mom and Dad, this is Yang Yang, and she owns this noodle restaurant. Hello, young comrade, I am Xiaoyan's mother. I am Yanyan's father. Although Ni Yang was young, she was beautiful, well-dressed, and exuded an air of elegance, not seeming like an average person. Standing in front of such a distinguished person, Wu Jinshu and his wife felt quite awkward, unsure of where to put their hands. This couple looked very simple and honest. Ni Yang smiled and said, "Uncle and Auntie, please sit down. Don't be nervous." As she spoke, Ni Yang poured a cup of tea for the couple. "Uncle, Auntie, please have some tea." Chapter 829. Domineering. _2. Thank you, we're not thirsty," Yen Erju said nervously as she slightly bowed. Ni Yang continued, "How old are you two this year, uncle and auntie?" Wu Jinshu was so nervous he wasn't sure what to say, but Yen Erju was more composed. "I am 34 this year, and Xiaoyan's dad is 35. Ni Yang smiled and said, "Then uncle and auntie are about the same age as my mom. She is 38 this year, and my dad is a bit older than you all." Yen Erju said, "We are just poor folks, how could we compare with you? We all come from a farming background, having walked through hard times. There are no levels among us. When my mom and I first came to Beijing 2 years ago, we almost didn't have a place to stay. Luckily, we met a kind soul on the train who provided us a foothold," Ni Yang said. Hearing Ni Yang say this, the nervousness in Yen Erju's heart lessened considerably, and she was also somewhat surprised. She had not expected that Ni Yang was also a farmer's daughter. Yen Erju wasn't the only surprised one. Wu Yenyun was as well. Especially Wu Yenyun, who had always assumed that Ni Yang came from a wealthy background. She had not expected that Ni Yang's past was just like hers. In just 2 years, Ni Yang had achieved so much. She was truly impressive. "Where are you originally from?" Yen Erju asked. Ni Yang smiled slightly. "We're from Dam Village." "Dam Village?" A delighted expression appeared in Yen Erju's eyes. "You're from Dam Village? We're from Haicheng too, and we live in the village right next to yours." In the vast sea of people in Beijing, it's not easy to come across someone from the same hometown. Ni Yang was a bit surprised as she said, "Really?" Seeing that Yen Erju and the others were getting more relaxed, Ni Yang continued, "Uncle and auntie, Yenyun has already talked to you about the salary, right? 40 yuan a month, work 6 days and rest 1, so you have 4 rest days each month. You'll also receive benefits during the Dragon Boat Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival, and Spring Festival. There are rest days and benefits too. This treatment is really too good." Yen Erju was a bit amazed. She hadn't expected the salary to be so high and to still include rest days. Ni Yang nodded. "Uncle and auntie, if you agree, come along with me now to see the work environment." "We agree. Of course, we agree." Yen Erju nodded eagerly. With such a great job opportunity, it would be foolish not to agree. "Then uncle and auntie, please come with me." The other noodle restaurant was a bit far from here. Ni Yang took the 3 of them there by taxi. The taxi had exactly 5 seats. This other branch of the noodle restaurant was considerably larger than the previous one, with 2 stories, both upstairs and downstairs. Although the storefront was large, it was still overwhelmed with diners. The store manager of this branch was Gooden's mother, Han Xiaoqin. Yang Yang. Seeing Ni Yang arrive, Han Xiaoqin quickly came out to greet her. Ni Yang continued, "Auntie Han, this is my good friend Wu Yenyun, and these are Yanyan's parents. Our store just happens to be in need of 2 cleaning staff, and I have already discussed this with Uncle Wu and Auntie Wu, and they will start working tomorrow. Uncle Wu, Auntie Wu, this is the store manager here, Han Xiaoqin." "Hello, Manager Han." Han Xiaoqin was also a very warm person, smiling. "Don't be so formal, there's no need for such rules here, just call me Xiao Han. Come in and get acquainted with the work environment. Actually, the job of cleaning is very easy, just wiping the tables and sweeping the floors." Everyone followed her in. The store already had 1 cleaning lady. After looking around the store for a while, Yen Erju and Wu Jinshu felt completely stress-free. Cleaning here was just like doing housework. Being farmers themselves, this kind of work was nothing to them, especially since the salary at the store was so high. After confirming there were no issues with the job, the couple signed their contracts with Han Xiaoqin. Even when they got home in the evening, Yan Erju and Wu Jinshu were still a bit dazed. Jinshu, did we really find a job that pays 40 yuan a month? Really? Wu Jinshu nodded, pulling out the contract from the bag. Look, we've even signed the contract. Yan Erju, overwhelmed with joy, didn't know what to say and just clung to Wu Jinshu's wrist. Jinshu, how much will our combined salary be then? I'll be 80. Wu Jinshu answered. 80. Yan Erju laughed out loud with joy. 80. With these 80 yuan, we can send all 3 kids to school and never have to worry about not having the rent money again. Chapter 830, Domineering. _3. A month is 80 yuan, a year is 960 yuan. In the past, they could only earn a bit more than 200 yuan a year, and now it has increased nearly 5-fold. Seeing how happy her parents were, Wu Yenyun was also very happy. What made her happy was that she could finally go to school. Her parents no longer had to worry about making a living in the future. For a poor family, education is the best way out. Once she got into university, she would lead her family to a better life. Yan Erju turned her head to look at Wu Yenyun and said with a smile, Xiaoyun, the fortune teller in our village was right after all. You are the auspicious star reincarnated from heaven, capable of bringing good fortune to our family. Wu Yenyun replied, Mom, that's all superstition. I think we really ought to thank Yang. If not for her, you and Dad wouldn't have found such a good job. Neither Wu Jinshu nor Yan Erju could read, and Wu Jinshu had a disability, which meant that no shop would normally hire them. Yan Erju nodded her head. You're right, we should thank Yang properly. Speaking of which, Yang is really capable too, owning several storefronts and even becoming a boss at such a young age. She looks only around 17 or 18. By the way, Xiaoyun, how did you meet Yang? Wu Yenyun answered, Yang and Xiaoyu are classmates and good friends. I met her through Xiaoyu. Oh, I see. Just then, Grandma Wu walked in from outside, carrying 2 strips of pork in her hand. Erju, take this meat and stir-fry it for the kids to ease their cravings. Yan Erju exclaimed in surprise, Mom, where did you get this meat from? At that time, pork fat was 2 yuan per jin, and the 2 strips of meat that Grandma Wu had were at least 3 to 4 jin, which was worth 7 to 8 yuan. The Wu family was so poor that even money was scarce. Where could Grandma Wu get the money from? Grandma Wu replied, Of course I bought it. What, you think I stole it? Yan Erju took the strips of pork. Was it Jin who gave you the money? Wu Jin, though her family situation was not bad, was definitely not that generous. Usually, the gifts she gave were secretly passed to Grandma Wu, like a couple of lard cakes or 2 chicken legs. Grandma Wu gave Yan Erju a glance. It's my own money. What's the matter? You don't allow this old woman to have some private savings. No, that's not what I meant. Yan Erju quickly shook her head, then said to Wu Yenyun, Xiaoyun, let's go cook in the kitchen. Okay. Wu Yenyun nodded her head and followed Yan Erju's footsteps. After the mother and daughter left, Wu Jinshu said to Grandma Wu with a smile, Mom, I've got some good news for you. What good news? Asked Grandma Wu. Wu Jinshu replied, Yenyun helped Erju and me find new jobs at the noodle restaurant, cleaning for 40 yuan a month. We get 4 days off each month, and there are benefits during the holidays too. Under normal circumstances, Grandma Wu would have been delighted to hear this. But today, she showed little reaction. After all, she had seen a bit of the world by now. Grandma Wu said, 40 yuan a month, what's that? Put together, you two merely earn 80 yuan. Over 12 months, that's only 960 yuan. At this rate, when will you be able to buy a 2-story house with a yard in Beijing? The Wu family alone gave 3,000 yuan as a bride price, which could let Wu Jinshu and Yan Erju work for 3 years. Not to mention, it included a 2-story house. Wu Jinshu did not expect this reaction from Grandma Wu. Mom, when did you get so extravagant? You're even looking down on 40 yuan? Keep in mind, I used to earn just a few cents per day working on the construction site. Grandma Wu glanced at Wu Jinshu. That was then, this is now. I've done my research. In Beijing, building a 2-story house costs at least 20,000 yuan. Those 20,000 yuan, even if both of you didn't eat or drink, would take 20 years to save. After those 20 years, you would both be old and the kids wouldn't need spouses anymore. Wu Jinshu laughed. Money is earned gradually, don't worry. At that moment, Wu Jinshu suddenly remembered something Ni Yang had said in the afternoon, and continued, good days are created from bad ones. I believe that our family's life will keep getting better. Grandma Wu snorted, without me in this house, you can forget about the days ever getting better. With that, she turned around and headed inside the house. Chapter 831. Domineering. _4. Wu Jinshu scratched his head in confusion. Why did he feel like there was more to his mom's words? It was so strange. However, Wu Jinshu's confusion was soon diluted by the braised pork yen erju served up. Now that the couple had new jobs, their life was looking up. They enjoyed the meal with a sense of ease and deep satisfaction. As evening fell, Ni Yang returned to the Zheng family home. The Zheng patriarch and matriarch were at home, taking care of little Ni Yun. Grandpa and Grandma, where are my dad and mom? Ni Yang walked in and not seeing Ni Zihua or Shangguan Dehui, asked curiously. Their parents went to the orphanage and have not come back yet, Mrs. Zheng said. Only then did Ni Yang remember that Ni Zihua would go to the orphanage every Wednesday with Shangguan Dehui to bring clothes and food, and to spend time chatting and playing games with the children. Ni Zihua rarely spoke of it, but in fact, she had never forgotten those 3 abandoned daughters. She filed a report at the police station and provided a blood sample, hoping that one day she could find those 3 poor children. Going to the orphanage was also a way to accumulate blessings for those 3 children. Ni Yang nodded her head. Just at this moment, Zheng Su suddenly rushed down from upstairs, yelling, "There's a ghost trying to kill me. Sister, save me." Even though she was clearly insane, she still recognized Mrs. Zheng and hid behind her. "Don't be afraid, Suyu, don't be afraid," Mrs. Zheng said as she protected Zheng Suyu behind her. "There are no ghosts in this world." There are ghosts. Really there are, Zheng Su said, looking around in terror. "Look there, that's a ghost. That too. They're all ghosts. All of them are ghosts. Not a single good person. Madam, don't be afraid. Shall I help you fight off the ghosts?" Ni Yang walked over to Zheng Suyu and casually took her hand. "No, no." Zheng Suyu shook her head frantically. "You're a ghost too. You all are. Don't harm me. Don't harm me. I didn't see anything." Zheng Suyu's condition was getting worse by the day, to the point where even when Ni Yang placed a golden needle in her Laogong acupoint, it had no effect. Ni Yang narrowed her eyes slightly, capturing Zheng Suyu's last sentence accurately. She looked up at Zheng Suyu. "You saw something, I know you did. What did you see?" "I didn't see anything, I didn't see anything," Zheng Suyu said in agony, clutching her head, becoming increasingly panicked. There seemed to be nothing in front of her, yet she acted as if she were staring into a bottomless hell. "I didn't see anything, don't harm me." Watching Zheng Suyu's condition deteriorate, Ni Yang swiftly knocked Zheng Suyu out with a chop of her hand. Mrs. Zheng was startled. Yang, what are you doing?" Ni Yang continued, "It's okay, Grandma, don't worry, I'll take Madam upstairs to rest now." There were certain things that Ni Yang could not discuss directly with Mrs. Zheng, not because she distrusted Mrs. Zheng, but others. So, some things it was better if she kept to herself. Thus, Mrs. Zheng looked on as Ni Yang carried Zheng Suyu on her back and headed upstairs. Such strength. Mrs. Zheng watched, flabbergasted. Little Ni Yun clapped and laughed. "Sister is so powerful." After bringing Zheng Suyu upstairs and covering her with a blanket on the bed, Ni Yang realized that Zheng Suyu's hysteria was becoming more severe. She needed to figure out the 13 Ghost Gates acupuncture technique soon. Judging by what Zheng Suyu had said today, she most definitely knew some secret. The next day, Wu Jinshu and his wife Yen Erju went to work at the noodle restaurant. Both of them were honest people who greatly valued their jobs. They cleaned meticulously, never slacking even a bit, and they were friendly to boot. The other employees at the restaurant also took quite a liking to these two new colleagues. Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju used to settle for hard steamed buns they brought with them for lunch when they worked before, but now, the restaurant not only provided free lunch but also a very generous one at that. There was a lunch menu posted in the restaurant. Although the couple couldn't read, other employees told them that Mondays and Thursdays were rice with 5 dishes plus soup, a balance of meats and vegetables. On Fridays and Saturdays there were beef and mutton stewed noodles, and on Sundays dumpling soup. Today being Thursday, there was an abundant spread of 5 dishes plus soup, including braised pork and seaweed egg soup, and there was plenty to go around, making sure everyone was well fed. After lunch, each person could even take an apple. The good working conditions meant that the employees were enthusiastic in their tasks. Chapter 832, Dominant. _5. So, in Ni Yang's noodle restaurant and milk tea shop, including other shops, there had never been a case of an employee resigning unless it was for an irresistible reason. This was also a main reason for Ni Yang's success. She never acted like a blood-sucking capitalist. Days passed by peacefully for 2 days. On the 3rd day, Wu Jinjin found Grandma Wu. "Mom, Wu Chang's mom came to see me yesterday." Grandma Wu was shaking out new clothes she had bought for Wu Jinshu and her 2 grandsons. What did she want? Wu Jinjin, speechless, said, "You did take 3,000 yuan from her. What do you think she wants? Who takes money and doesn't do anything?" Only then did Grandma Wu remember that she had arranged a marriage for Wu Yenyun and had taken 3,000 yuan from them. Right, if you didn't mention it, I would have almost forgotten about this matter. She had been too happy these past few days. Wu Jinjin continued, "Have you told my brother and sister-in-law about this?" "Not yet." Grandma Wu shook her head. Wu Jinjin became anxious. "Why haven't you said anything? Wu Chang's mom is eager to meet." Only then did Grandma Wu realize the urgency. "Jinj, how do you think I should tell them?" Wu Jinjin said, "Just say it however. It needs to be said sooner or later, and it's not a big deal. Wu Chang's family gave us so much stuff, my brother and sister-in-law might be thrilled." Grandma Wu nodded. "Yes, you are right. What did Wu Chang's mom say? When does she want to visit?" Wu Jinjin continued, "The 18th of this month would be good." "The 18th of this month? There are only a few days left. Today is already the 15th. Grandma Wu said. Wu Jinjin smilingly said, "After all, Wu Chang is also getting on in age, and his mom is anxious to have grandchildren. It's normal for her to be a bit anxious." Grandma Wu nodded. Today, since the couple was not working after Wu Jinjin left, Grandma Wu took out the new clothes she had bought for the 2 children and Wu Jinshu. "Jinshu, these are for you and the kids." Wu Jinshu was surprised. "Mom, did you buy these for me?" Grandma Wu nodded. Yen Erju was even more puzzled. Where did Grandma Wu get so much private money from? But as a daughter-in-law, it wasn't appropriate for her to ask directly. Seeing the new clothes, the 2 children were ecstatic. Wu Jinshu continued, "Mom, did you really buy these? The fabric looks quite good. These must have cost a good amount of money, right?" Grandma Wu didn't directly answer Wu Jinshu's question but instead said, "Try them on and see if they fit." Wu Jinshu put the clothes on the table. "Mom, tell me honestly what's going on with these clothes? Otherwise, I won't try them on." "I bought them with private money." Grandma Wu said. Wu Jinshu sensed something was amiss. These clothes must cost at least 10 yuan. "Where did you get so much private money? You don't need to worry about that." For a moment, Grandma Wu hadn't figured out how to explain the situation to Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju. "Mom, lately you've been buying meat and clothes. Tell me honestly, where is all this money coming from?" Wu Jinshu suddenly became serious. Grandma Wu shivered inexplicably and stood up. "Come with me for a moment." Wu Jinshu followed Grandma with steps. Yen Erju watched the mother and son with a puzzled look, curiosity filling her eyes. What could they not say in front of her, having to whisper secretly? After so many years, her mother-in-law still treated her as an outsider. They entered a room and closed the door. Wu Jinshu's eyelids twitched several times, sensing that something significant was about to happen. "Mom, what exactly has happened?" Grandma Wu pulled Wu Jinshu to sit down. Jinshu, sit first. Wu Jinshu sat down somewhat nervously. Grandma Wu didn't immediately discuss the matter but began to wipe away tears. Jinshu, life hasn't been easy for Mom. The year I turned 28, your dad passed away, and I've been a widow ever since. During the Great Famine, I ate tree bark and clay, barely managing to raise you and your sister. Wu Jinshu sighed. Mom, I know it hasn't been easy for you. Just tell me directly what has happened. As long as it's not about committing murder or arson, your son can handle it. Grandma Wu looked at Wu Jinshu. Actually, this matter is a joyous occasion for our family. What joyous occasion? Wu Jinshu asked. Grandma Wu wiped her tears. I should be happy to tell this. I shouldn't be crying, but I just can't control it. Our family has finally started living well. You must cherish it. Chapter 8:33. Domineering. _6. Grandma Wu was a very astute old lady. She knew Wu Jinshu might not accept the abrupt news, so she needed to lay some groundwork first. Wu Jinshu's patience was nearly worn out by Grandma Wu. What exactly is the happy occasion? Just say it. Grandma Wu suddenly stopped her weeping. I found a match for Yenyun. Wu Jinshu was shocked, his face turned pale, and he stood up from the table. What? Jinshu, don't worry. Although I'm not Yenyun's biological grandmother, I am no different from one. The family I found for Yenyun has very good conditions, and they even promised to give us a small Western-style house. Wu Jinshu seemed to suddenly realize something. So, these things you've bought in recent days, they weren't with your own money? Grandma Wu didn't speak, which was as good as an admission. Wu Jinshu's voice grew loud with anger. So the fine cuts of meat I've been eating these days were bought with the money from selling off my daughter. Grandma Wu corrected him. It's the betrothal gift, not money from selling off a daughter. You're making it sound too ugly. No way. I don't agree with this. Go and return the money to them immediately. It can't be returned now. At this point, Grandma Wu became calm and composed. Why not? Wu Jinshu asked. It just can't be returned. Grandma Wu was very firm in her attitude. I just can't understand why you care so much about a girl who was picked up from the streets. Is she more important than your own son? Outside the door, when Yen Erju heard these words, she turned pale. She walked to the front room, trying to act as though nothing had happened, and said to Wu Yiyun, Xiaoyun, take Dalong and Erlong out to play on the street, and by the way, buy 3 pounds of salt and some soy sauce. Okay, sure. Wu Yinyun nodded. Yen Erju handed Wu Yinyun 2 yuan, split the remaining money among the 3 of you and buy some candy. Wu Dong was overjoyed to hear they could buy candy. Seeing Wu Yinyun leaving the house with the 2 kids, Yen Erju's expression instantly turned cold. She rushed to the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and headed to Grandma Wu's room. Bang! Yen Erju, accustomed to physical labor, kicked open the rickety door with 1 foot. Both Grandma Wu and Wu Jinshu inside were startled. Yen Erju slammed the kitchen knife onto the table. If anyone dares sell my daughter today, I will fight them to the end. Yen Erju was a straightforward person, a respectful daughter-in-law. Throughout her years of marriage to Wu Jinshu, she had never argued with Grandma Wu. Today was a first. Grandma Wu was initially stunned, then sat down on the ground, starting to throw a tantrum, weeping, "Oh my God! What sins have I committed? Now, my own daughter-in-law is wielding a knife to kill me. When I was young, I lost my husband, and now even my daughter-in-law is turning against me, threatening to kill me. I struggled so hard to raise 2 children, what for? Had I known this, I wouldn't have bothered raising them. Oh God. Why is my life so miserable? Why don't I just die? Lord, so many people are dying outside. Why don't you take me too? You're leaving me here to suffer. In terms of being unreasonable and shameless, how could Yen Erju outdo Grandma Wu? The fact that Grandma Wu had managed to bring up 2 children alone during the Great Famine indicated she was no ordinary person. Yen Erju also sat down on the ground and began to cry loudly, "No one can sell my daughter." Grandma Wu cried even louder, "How pitiful, I'm so pitiful. When I was young, I lost my husband, the son I raised is useless, And now the unfilial daughter-in-law has joined forces to bully me, a lonely old widow. Go ahead and kill. Go ahead and kill. If you don't kill me today, you're not Yen Erju. As she spoke, Grandma Wu picked up the kitchen knife from the table and moved toward Yen Erju. Caught between his mother and his wife, Wu Jinshu was distraught to tears, fearing an actual loss of life. How would he resolve this? Mom, please don't do this. Erju doesn't mean that. Get out of my way. You're worthless. I'm not your mother. I don't have a spineless waste of a son like you. Grandma Wu kicked Wu Jinshu away. I tell you, today it's either her or me. She thinks she's tough? She wants to kill? Let her do it. Chapter 834. Domineering. Under Xianxia, Yen Erju was fearsome indeed. She even dared to threaten her with a knife. If she did not teach her a lesson today, she would think she could be easily bullied. This time, Wu Jinshu did not hold back. Wresting the kitchen knife from Grandma Wu's hand, he harshly said, Mom, you were wrong in this matter. Erju is not to blame. Grandma Wu and Yen Erju were both stunned. Calm and steady Wu Jinshu had never lost his temper like this before. Wu Jinshu threw the kitchen knife into the yard. Mom, it's not just Erju who disagrees, I disagree too. Go and break off this engagement right now. Seeing Wu Jinshu supporting her, Yen Erju breathed a sigh of relief. Grandma Wu burst into tears again. I can't live like this, I can't live anymore, you are all forcing me to die, Mom. I'm not joking with you. Yen Yun is still young, she needs to study. She can't get married this early. Grandma Wu wiped away her tears. This matter cannot be called off now. It has to be called off regardless. Wu Jinshu's stance was very firm. Otherwise, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my mother. On hearing this, Grandma Wu looked at Wu Jinshu in shock. For that foundling girl, you would disown me, your own mother? Was she really less important than a foundling? Yen Erju suddenly spoke up. Xiaoyun is not a foundling. She is my own biological daughter. You never cared for her even for a day. What right do you have to sell her off? What right? In Yen Erju's heart, Wu Yinyun was her own daughter. Grandma Wu glared at Yen Erju. Not a foundling? If not a foundling, then did you have her with some unknown man outside? Oh, now I get it. That explains why you always protect that wild girl. You had an affair, dishonoring yourself. You shameless woman. How could our esteemed Wu family have someone like you, bringing us disgrace? What are you babbling about? Yen Erju was angrily triggered. Being an honest person, she could not tolerate such baseless accusations from her mother-in-law. I am done arguing with you today. Yen Erju and Grandma Wu started physically fighting. Wu Jinshu massaged his temples in agony. Yen Erju was truly enraged, not holding back in her attacks, and though Grandma Wu was no pushover, she was getting on in years. She was no match for Yen Erju. Wu Jinshu thought it was about time and pulled them apart. Grandma Wu sat on the ground, crying her heart out, with 3 scratch marks on her face from Yen Erju. Yen Erju was not much injured, but her hair had been yanked out in clumps by Grandma Wu. Both were in a sorry state. After a long while, the atmosphere finally calmed down a bit, and Wu Jinshu took hold of Grandma Wu, saying, Mom, come with me to Wu Lan's house right now and clear up this matter. It's unfixable. Grandma Wu pushed away Wu Jinshu's hand. I've already received 3,000 yuan as a betrothal gift from Wu Lan's brother, bought a bicycle and a sewing machine for your sister, and 2,000 yuan is lost. Calling off the marriage sounds easy. Do you have 3,000 yuan? 3,000 yuan? For a family like Wu Jinshu's, 3,000 yuan was an astronomical figure. Wu Jinshu was stunned. After that statement, Grandma Wu moved to the bed to lie down, turning her back to Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju. I've already told everyone, they are coming to our house the day after tomorrow to dine and fix the wedding date. You all have to agree whether you agree or not. Otherwise, you might as well kill me. I don't want to live anymore. Chapter 835. I want to divorce you. Wu Grandma's words came out bold and shameless. Yet Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju were completely unable to do anything about her. They certainly couldn't really kill Wu Grandma. Yen Erju cried in despair, I can't live this way anymore. Life is unlivable like this. Wu Jinshu, I want to divorce you. Divorce, divorce, divorce. Let's do it immediately. Wu Grandma sat up in bed, pointing at Yen Erju. You'd better take your things and get out of our Wu family's house. But the kids belong to our Wu family, and you're not taking a single one with you. Did Yen Erju think she could threaten her with divorce? She truly wasn't afraid. In the future, their family would have a Western-style house and a Beijing residence registration. Wouldn't it be easy for Wu Jinshu to find another wife? You just say less. Wu Jinshu said. Erju, don't be angry, my mom's gone senile. She's lost her mind. Wu Jinshu helped Yen Erju up from the floor. Let's go back to our room. There will definitely be a way to solve this. Hearing Wu Jinshu protect Yen Erju to the point of calling his own mother crazy sent Wu Grandma into a rage. This was outrageous. Wu Grandma immediately sprang out of bed, hurling curses. I'm crazy. I'm a lunatic. What sin did I commit in the past to raise such a thing like you? Now, to protect a little vile woman, you even dare to call your own mother crazy. You unfilial son will descend to the 18th layer of hell for this. Wu Jinshu pretended not to hear these words, pulling Yen Erju towards their room. Wu Grandma, so angry she was shaking, invoked Wu Jinshu's dead father in her tirade, bouncing up and down on her feet as if they were on springs. Yen Erju was pulled into the room by Wu Jinshu. Wu Jinshu comforted her, Erju, don't worry, our family will definitely not sell our daughter. Even if I have to sell my blood, we will gather these 3,000 yuan. This was not just to comfort Yen Erju. Wu Jinshu was truly ready to sell his blood. When Wu Yenyun had been picked up, with her umbilical cord still uncut, it was they who had raised her, dealing with all the mess and pee. Over the years, Yen Erju, not just Wu Jinshu, treated her as their own daughter. In their family of 3 boys, Wu Yenyun was the only daughter. If the family hadn't been so poor, they would have cherished their daughter like the apple of their eye. Alas, they couldn't afford to. Yen Erju, weeping inconsolably in Wu Jinshu's arms, cried out, My Xiaoyun is so fated to suffer. If I knew it'd be so hard with us, I'd rather have sent her to live with my sister. Yen Erju's sister, named Yen Daiju, was much older than Yen Erju. When Yen Erju had found Wu Yenyun, Yen Daiju really wanted to adopt her, since they had 4 boys and longed for a daughter, but Yen Erju had not agreed. Now, looking back, Yen Erju was filled with regret. Yen Daiju's family was doing really well. 3 of her 4 sons had gone to college and were working. Wu Yenyun had been with them, she surely would still be in school now. Erju, what nonsense are you talking about? Since we've brought Yenyun home, she is our daughter, and you shall not say such things again. Come on now, wipe away your tears, lest the kids come back and worry unnecessarily when they see us like this. Yen Erju, wiping her tears, asked, But what do we do now? Xiaoyun is only 17 this year. Are we really going to let her marry and become someone's stepmother? No. As long as I am around, I won't let her marry and become anyone's stepmother. Wu Jinshu said. I'll sell blood right after work tomorrow, and we'll save whatever we can. Yen Erju nodded. Okay, I'll go too. Wu Yenyun took her 2 younger brothers out to the streets. The 2 boys were young and overjoyed at the sight of candy. Wu Yenyun was weighed down with worries. She always felt something had happened at home, and Yen Erju had deliberately sent her out. While Wu Yenyun was preoccupied with her thoughts, a gentle voice rang out in front of her, Yenyun. Yang Yang. Wu Yenyun looked up, not expecting to see Ni Yang, her eyes filled with surprise. Yenyun, are these your little brothers? Ni Yang continued to ask. Wu Yenyun nodded. This is my eldest brother, Wu Deng, and this is my second brother, Wu Erlong. We also have a youngest brother named Wu Xiaolong. Deng Erlong, this is Sister Yang. She's a benefactor to our family. Both Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong had a yellowish complexion, and although Wu Yenyun was a bit darker, it was clear that her darkness was acquired from sun exposure. Among the facial features, one of the brothers resembled Wu Jinshu and the other resembled Yen Erju. Chapter 836, I Want to Divorce You. _2. But Wu Yenyun was unlike any of them. Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong were a bit shy, hiding behind Wu Yenyun, afraid to address anyone, and quietly sizing up Ni Yang. This sister is so pretty, even prettier than our own older sister. Ni Yang then said, Yenyun, my home is nearby. Why don't you bring your two brothers over to play? Every time she saw Wu Yenyun, she felt a sense of affection, which is why she invited Wu Yenyun to visit her home. Moreover, Wu Yenyun didn't resemble her parents, while one brother resembled their father and the other resembled their mother. Given that Wu Yenyun's parents were also from Haicheng City, Ni Yang even now harbored a bold suspicion. Wu Yenyun was worried about her family. I can't today, my mom is waiting for the soy sauce and salt I need to bring back for cooking. Ni Yang took Wu Yenyun's wrist directly. Come on, come on. My mother and I have only been in Beijing for 2 years and don't have many friends. Your brothers and you visiting us would certainly make my parents and my grandparents very happy. It's just after 3 now, still early for cooking. Ni Yang's enthusiasm made it hard for Wu Yenyun to refuse. The Zheng family's place wasn't far. It was a mere 5-minute walk away. Standing in front of the glittering and splendid villa, Wu Yenyun was extremely shocked. She had passed by this villa every day on her way to school but had never thought that Ni Yang actually lived here. Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong were also very surprised, tugging at Wu Yenyun's sleeve quietly. Big sister, this place is so beautiful. The villa had servants, and the decor was luxurious, which made Wu Yenyun feel somewhat restrained. Although she wasn't dirty, she was wearing patched clothes. Even the servants of the Zheng family wore better than her. Fortunately, the Zheng family's servants were all well-mannered, without any hint of a strange look, and Ni Yang didn't look down on her, keeping her arm linked with Wu Yenyun's the whole walk over. The butler brought over several plates of exquisite pastries and beverages. Ni Yang asked, "Where's my mom?" "Madam is upstairs," the butler replied. "Oh." Ni Yang nodded and then encouraged Wu Yenyun and her two brothers to eat the snacks and drink the beverages. Wu Yenyun still restrained herself, while her two brothers were happily eating. "Yenyun, no need to be so tense, make yourself at home here. Actually, we've only just moved into this place ourselves. A year ago, it wasn't even our house." Ni Yang started the conversation willingly. Wu Yenyun was curious. Picking up 2 pastries, one for herself and passing one to Wu Yenyun, Ni Yang began to tell Wu Yenyun about Ni Qihua's background. Wu Yenyun listened in amazement. "Oh my! I feel like I'm reading one of Auntie Jinjiu's novels." Auntie Jinjiu's tragic novels were very popular during that time, and Wu Yenyun had read them too. Ni Yang said, "Life is not like a novel. My mother and I only started to have better days in the past 2 years. Before that, we were living in Dam Village. Our grandmother valued boys over girls. Right after my mother had a few sisters, she was thrown behind the mountain to feed the wolves. We decided to come to Beijing only when we couldn't go on living like that. Thinking back on that life now, it feels like a dream." Ni Yang wasn't someone who talked incessantly, and she rarely mentioned her past to others. She did so this time because she had her doubts. Besides, these things weren't secrets. Even if things weren't as she thought, it wouldn't matter if Wu Yenyun came to know them. Wu Yenyun listened in amazement. "How could your grandmother do such a thing?" Although Grandma Wu didn't like her very much, Wu Yenyun had never entertained the idea of being discarded by her. That was too horrifying. Who does such a thing to their own granddaughter? Ni Yang smiled bitterly and shook her head. "There was nothing I could do about having such a grandmother. I was young at the time, and my mother had just given birth. We had no way to stand up to her. I don't even know if those sisters of mine are dead or alive now." Wu Yenyun sighed. "Young, don't worry, maybe your sisters are fortunate and still alive." As she spoke these words, Wu Yenyun herself lacked confidence. Newborn babies had no capability to survive, and having been thrown so far away, the likelihood of living was slim. Just then, Ni Zuihua came downstairs. "Yang, do we have visitors?" "Mom." Ni Yang stood up quickly to introduce Wu Yenyun. "Hello, Auntie." Wu Yenyun was a polite and well-mannered child as well. Ni Zuihua smiled and said, "Please sit, don't be formal here." Just treat it like your own home. Chapter 837. I want to divorce you. _3. Upon finishing her sentence, Ni Zuhua had someone bring over many delicious dishes. Yenyun, you and your brothers don't need to go back tonight, just stay for dinner. Ni Zuehua was also fond of Wu Yenyun. The young girl was pretty and knew her manners. Upon hearing this, Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong's eyes lit up. Wu Yenyun said, "Thank you, Auntie, you are too kind. My mom is waiting for the salt and soy sauce to cook dinner." "Oh, is that so?" Ni Zuehua nodded and turned to walk upstairs. After a while, Ni Zuehua came down from upstairs with 2 large bags in her hands. Around 5 o'clock, Wu Yenyun expressed her wish to leave. Ni Zuehua handed the 2 bags to Wu Yenyun. "Yenyun, these clothes were gifts for Yang, but she usually prefers to wear cheongsam, so these are surplus to her needs and it's a waste to keep them at home. If you don't mind, please take them to wear." These were gifts from some relatives when Ni Yang returned to the Zheng family. The clothes were brand new but not to Ni Yang's taste, so they remained at home. Ni Zuhua originally wanted to donate them to the orphanage, but the children there were quite young. Ni Zuehua saw that Wu Yanyun's clothes were not very nice, so she decided to give them to Wu Yenyun. Wu Yanyun's family was poor. Her clothes, generally patched up, were mostly relief clothing received from the village. Though these relief clothes were previously worn by others, the clothes Ni Zuehua gave were all new. When Ni Zuehua handed over the clothes, Wu Yenyun was very happy. "Thank you, Auntie. I don't mind at all." Seeing how happy Wu Yenyun was, Ni Zuehua was also very pleased. "I'm glad you like them. Remember to come visit us often." "Okay, Auntie," Wu Yenyun nodded. Ni Zuhua and Ni Yang saw Wu Yenyun out to the gate. Under the sunlight, Ni Yang's hand held a slender strand of hair. Wu Dalong tugged at Wu Yanyun's sleeve. Sister Yang earlier was so pretty. Can we often come to visit their home?" Wu Yenyun pinched Wu Dalong's nose. "You just want those tasty snacks and candies, don't you?" Wu Dalong stuck out his tongue. Honestly, aside from being a bit greedy, Wu Dalong really didn't have any other faults. Wu Yenyun continued, "If we visit Yang's home again, you can't be impolite like today. Greet people properly, and eat elegantly without making smacking sounds." "Oh, got it," Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong nodded. When Wu Yenyun and her brothers got home, Grandma Wu had already calmed down, with the kitchen knife previously brandished now nowhere in sight. Although the quarrel had subsided, there was still an indescribable oppressiveness in the yard. It was odd. "Mom," Wu Yenyun took the bought soy sauce and salt to find Yen Erju. Hearing Wu Yenyun, Yen Erju quickly wiped her eyes and pretended as if nothing had happened. "Mom's in the kitchen." "Xiaoyan, did you buy everything?" "I bought it." Wu Yenyun placed the salt and soy sauce on the stove, carrying 2 bags of clothes over to Yen Erju. "Mom, look, these are clothes from Yang's mom and they're all new." "Oh, they look nice." Yang's mom, just like Yang, is a kind person. Wu Yenyun noticed something was off with Yen Erju and asked, "Mom, why are your eyes red?" "I'm fine." Yen Erju casually wiped her eye. "Just some sand got in because of the wind." "Did you thank them properly for giving you so many clothes?" "I did. Don't worry," Wu Yenyun continued. "Mom, are you sure you're okay?" Somehow, Wu Yenyun felt uneasy. Yen Erju smiled. "Look at you worrying. I'm really fine. You should go try on those clothes to see if they fit." "Mom, if something is wrong, you have to tell me." "I know." Yen Erju pushed Wu Yenyun towards the door. "Go on and change your clothes." "All right." Girls always loved looking beautiful, so Wu Yenyun went inside to try on the clothes. During dinner that evening, Grandma Wu didn't show up. Wu Yenyun asked curiously, "Why isn't Grandma coming out to eat?" Yen Erju didn't respond. Wu Jinshu said, "She's sick." "I'll bring some food over to her," Wu Yenyun said. Chapter 838. I Want to Divorce You. _4. Yen Erju scooped up half a bowl of rice and grabbed a couple of chopsticks full of greens. "Let Dalong go." Wu Yenyun said, "Mom, why aren't you taking some meat?" The meat was bought by Wu Jinshu. Today was the first day of rest for the couple after starting their jobs, and they had wanted to celebrate properly with the family. So he specifically bought 2 jin of meat, only to end up like this in the end. Yen Erju said expressionlessly, "Your grandma is sick and has no appetite for meat. Dung, go deliver it quickly." Wu Dong, carrying the bowl, ran swiftly to Grandma Wu's room. Grandma Wu was lying in bed, and upon seeing Wu Delong coming, she said contentedly, "It's good to have my oldest grandson, not like those other people who have forgotten about Grandma. Grandma is doing all this for their own good." Wu Delong didn't understand what Grandma Wu was talking about. After setting down the bowl, he ran off quickly. He was still waiting to go back to his room to eat meat. Grandma Wu grabbed hold of Wu Dalong's sleeve. "Dung, don't rush off just yet. Accompany Grandma and talk for a while." Wu Dalong broke free from Grandma Wu's grasp and ran outside in a hurry. "Grandma, I'll come back after I finish the meat." In a moment, that greedy Erlong will have eaten all the meat. They were eating meat? They were eating meat, and they only brought her a little bit of greens and half a small bowl of rice. It was such a bullying. Grandma Wu, with a clang, smashed the bowl onto the floor, shattering it. On the other side, Wu Yenyun heard the commotion and immediately said, "I'll go check on Grandma." "No need to go," Erju pressed Wu Yenyun's hand. "Eat your meal." Wu Jinshu didn't speak, just silently ate his food. Wu Yenyun asked somewhat anxiously, "Mom, what's really going on?" Erju said with a smile, "Nothing much. Your grandma is probably just in a bad mood. If you go now, aren't you asking to be scolded? Eat quickly." Oh, Wu Yenyun was somewhat skeptical. The family continued to eat. The next day, Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju went to work as usual. As soon as they left the house, the couple's faces were filled with worry. 3,000 yuan. A whole 3,000 yuan. Where were they going to find these 3,000 yuan? In the evening after work, the couple went to the hospital, ready to sell blood, but the formal hospital said they were malnourished and advised against drawing blood, so they went to a private hospital instead. A normal healthy person could only sell 400 cc of blood, but each of the couples sold 800 cc. After the 800 cc of blood was drawn, both of them were dizzy, with wobbly legs. Yet 1600 cc of blood only got them 100 yuan. Compared to the needed 3,000 yuan, 100 yuan was merely a drop in the bucket. "What should we do?" Yen Erju cried while holding Wu Jinshu. Wu Jinshu comforted her, don't cry, there'll be a way. I don't believe that my mom really bought my sister a bicycle and a sewing machine. I'll beg my mom when I get back, let her take out that 3,000 yuan. As a son, he didn't believe Grandma Wu would be so callous as to not leave them any hope for survival. Okay. After getting home, Wu Jinshu went to Grandma Wu's room. Grandma Wu was still lying on the bed with her back to the door, the same as yesterday, without changing her position. The shattered bowl on the floor had not yet been cleared away. Wu Jinshu knelt down towards Grandma Wu. "Mom, please give our family a peaceful life again." "You mean to say I'm not peaceful?" Grandma Wu shot up from the bed. "I'm your mother. The mother who raised you with her own 2 hands. Now you treat your own mother like this for a foundling girl. An unfilial son like you will one day be struck by lightning." Wu Jinshu cried out, "Mom, Yenyun is the daughter of Erju and me. She may not be our own flesh and blood, but in our hearts, she is more precious than our own. She still needs to attend school. She has to become a college student. She absolutely can't become someone else's stepmother. Mom, please take out that 3,000 yuan. When the people from the Wu family come tomorrow, I'll return the money to them." "The money's gone," said Grandma Wu. "I spent over 1,000 yuan buying your sister a bicycle and a sewing machine, and I lost the rest. So this marriage had to take place." Wu Jinshu looked at Grandma Wu in disbelief. "Mom, did you really buy Jin a bicycle and a sewing machine?" "Yes." To crush Wu Jinshu's hopes, Grandma Wu took out 2 receipts from her pocket. "Here are the receipts for the bicycle and the sewing machine." Although Wu Jinshu couldn't read, he recognized receipts. Wu Jinshu trembled all over. "Mom, how could you do this? How can you take the money from selling Yenyun and spend it on things for Jin?" Chapter 839. I Want to Divorce You. _5. This is the betrothal money. How did it become money for selling oneself? The conditions of the Wu Chang family are so good. It's her blessing that she can marry into that family. As the saying goes, marrying well is all about having clothes to wear and food to eat. If a girl can marry a bit better, she can enjoy her later life. I'm not harming her. You two make it sound like I'm some kind of a great villain. Alright, I'll be the villain then. At this point, Wu Grandma continued, what's wrong with buying your sister a bicycle and a sewing machine? That's what you owe your sister. When your sister got married, I secretly gave all her dowry money to you too. She didn't even get a proper wedding dowry. Wu Jinshu immediately broke into tears, hugging his head and sitting on the ground. Mom, you're really making it impossible for us to live. To tell you the truth, Erju and I sold our blood today. No matter what, I won't let Yenyun marry someone else as a stepmother. Upon hearing this, Wu Grandma was shocked. What? You really went to sell blood? No wonder she thought Wu Jinshu seemed a bit off, so he had gone to sell his blood. It seems that wild girl really can't be kept. She's a curse. Her presence disturbs the peace of the old Wu family. Wu Jinshu nodded. We really did. So Mom, I'll accept you buying Jin a bicycle and a sewing machine. Can you give me the rest of that money? Together we can come up with enough to call off this arranged marriage. It's too late to argue over the bicycle and the sewing machine now. Wu Grandma sighed. You go out first, I'll think it over. Seeing Wu Grandma finally softening, Wu Jinshu breathed a sigh of relief and immediately stood up from the ground. Mom, you think about it, I won't disturb you anymore. You go out, Wu Grandma waved her hand. When Wu Jinshu came out from Wu Grandma's room, Yen Erju asked anxiously, how did it go? What did your mom say? Wu Jinshu said, my mom isn't an utterly ruthless person, she agreed to think about it. After all, Yenyun is her granddaughter. Hearing this, Yen Erju also sighed with relief. At dinner, Wu Grandma still didn't join the table. Wu Yenyun noticed Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju's complexions looking bad and asked, Dad, Mom, are you okay? Your faces look so pale. Wu Jinshu said, it's nothing, probably just too tired from work during the day. Yenyun, later on take your brothers to bathe, and your mom and I are going to bed. Okay, Wu Yenyun nodded, still a bit worried. Dad, Mom, are you really all right? Should we call Dr. Li to come take a look? Dr. Li was the barefoot doctor in their area. No need, we just need some rest. At night, after seeing that her brothers had all gone to bed, Wu Yenyun prepared to wash the dishes. Just then, Wu Grandma, who hadn't shown her face all day, suddenly stepped out. Yenyun, come here with me. Wu Yenyun was stunned. Oh, okay. In Wu Grandma's room, have your parents gone to bed? Wu Yenyun nodded. Wu Grandma continued, do you know why your parents looked so pale? Wu Yenyun shook her head. It's all because of you that they've become like this, Wu Grandma continued. Yenyun, if you really are a filial and good daughter, then please consider your parents and your 3 younger brothers. You can't be too selfish. Wu Yenyun was completely stunned. Grandma, what are you talking about? Wu Grandma sat on a stool. It's come to this, so I might as well tell you the truth. You are not your parents' biological child. Your mother picked you up in the mountains when she was gathering firewood. Wu Yenyun couldn't hear the rest of her words. Everything was a blur in her ears. In her mind, there were only 5 words. She was picked up. She was a foundling. No wonder she didn't look like either Wu Jinshu or Yen Erju. No wonder Wu Grandma often said it was her who dragged down the whole family, so it was like this. It was like this. Tears welled up in Wu Yenyun's eyes and suddenly gushed out, flooding her face in an instant. Wu Grandma looked at Wu Yenyun with disdain and continued, I've spoken to a household about you. It's Wu Lan's brother Wu Chang. Wu Chang is in very good condition, and once you marry into their family, you just need to enjoy life. Once you marry him, not only will you become a wealthy lady, but our entire family will bask in your glory. Wu Chang's mother has already given me a betrothal gift of 3,000 yuan, and she promised that after you get married, our family can move to that small Western-style house with a courtyard in front, and even change our household registration to Beijing. Now, isn't that a huge stroke of good luck? Chapter 840. I want to divorce you. _6. But your parents are stubborn. They absolutely refused to agree to this marriage arrangement. Today, they even went to sell their blood in order to gather 3,000 yuan to repay the Wu family. No wonder Wu Jinshu and Yan Erju looked so pale. They had gone to sell their blood. Wu Yenyun couldn't describe the taste in her heart. But she didn't want to marry Wu Chang. Wu Chang was old enough to be her father, and he even had 2 children. She wanted to go to school, she wanted to go to college. Wu Yenyun thumped to her knees. Grandma, please, don't make me marry Wu Chang, okay? I don't want to marry Wu Chang, I want to study, and once I get into college, it'll lead our family to a better life. Grandma Wu looked at Wu Yenyun coldly, her words piercing. Don't you understand what I said? I'm not your grandma. You're just a child we picked up. Your parents have raised you until now, they've done their duty. Not only do you not think about repaying their kindness, you even want us to pay for your education? How can you be so shameless? She wasn't their own. She was picked up. She had no right to ask for these things. Wu Yenyun instantly ran out of words, with tears streaming down her face. Grandma Wu continued, look at how poor our family is. Do you think we have money for you to go to school? To let you go to school, Dang and Erlong have never even set foot in a school. Your parents even went to sell their blood to raise money. Can't you see all this? They don't share a single drop of blood relation with you, yet they've done so much. Don't you feel moved at all? Don't you want to repay their kindness? Repay their kindness? Her parents had raised her for so long, she certainly should repay them. Grandma Wu sighed. That small Western-style house with a yard up ahead, your parents couldn't afford it even if they worked for 20 years, but you just need to nod, and that house could be ours. It's just marriage, isn't it? Which girl doesn't get married? Besides, you owe the Wu family. If it weren't for me, you would have died long ago. The grass over your grave would be 2 meters tall. If you're a sensible good child, you'll go talk to your parents yourself. Tell them you are willing to marry Wu Chang, that no one is forcing you. Don't make it difficult for your parents. They're already not in good health, and they actually went to sell their blood today. What if something happens to them? Can you live with your conscience? At this moment, Wu Yenyun had no way to refuse Grandma Wu. Grandma Wu was right, she had been a burden on the whole family, she should repay their kindness. I understand, Grandma. Grandma Wu glanced at Wu Yenyun. Now that you understand, be happy about it. Look at you, looking like you want to die, as if someone is forcing you. Wu Yenyun wiped her tears, trying hard to squeeze out a semblance of a smile. Grandma Wu continued, Wu Chang and his mother will come over for a meal tomorrow. Remember to make a good impression. And, Grandma Wu seemed to remember something. I heard from Dalong that some rich lady gave you 2 bags of new clothes, right? Grandma Wu said, since you're going to marry Wu Chang anyway, and the Wu family is so rich, what kind of clothes can't you wear? Just leave those clothes for Lianhua. Lianhua was Wu Jinjin's eldest daughter, the same age as Wu Yenyun this year. Okay, Wu Yenyun nodded. Alright, you can go back. Tell your parents about this first thing tomorrow morning, Grandma Wu instructed. Remember, no one is forcing you, it's your own decision to marry Wu Chang. And don't let your parents know that you already know you were picked up. If they find out, they'll think I've been saying things behind their backs. Wu Yenyun nodded tearfully. The next morning, Wu Yenyun got up early to prepare breakfast. After eating, she said, Dad, Mom, the Wu family is coming over today. You want leave, will you? Yan Erju's eyes reddened. Xiaoyun, do you already know? I know, Wu Yenyun nodded. Yan Erju hugged Wu Yenyun tight. Xiaoyun, don't worry, we definitely won't let you marry that Wu Chang. Your parents will find a way to gather the 3,000 yuan. If we must, we'll take out a high-interest loan. The couple had not wanted to tell Wu Yenyun about this matter, out of fear it would burden her psychologically, but Wu Yenyun had found out anyway. Wu Yenyun smiled and said, Mom, I want to marry Wu Chang. What did you say? Wu Jinshu and Yan Erju exclaimed in unison, almost thinking they had misheard. Chapter 841. I want to divorce you. _7 Wu Yenyun continued, Mom and Dad, it was my own decision to marry Wu Chang. I went to the matchmaking session by myself. Even though Wu Chang is a bit older, his family is well off. Marrying him wouldn't be a loss. Yan Erju responded, Xiaoyan, did your grandma force you? Don't worry, with mom and dad here, no one can bully you. Wu Jinshu hastily nodded, Yanun, your parents are here. You don't need to be afraid. Whatever the difficulty, our whole family will face it together. Pretending to be relaxed, Wu Yenyun said, It's truly voluntary, and it has nothing to do with grandma. Wu Chang is such a catch. Many people want to marry him but can't even reach him. Xiaoyun. Yan Erju was in tears now. Xiaoyun, don't you still need to go to school? You can't marry Wu Chang, he already has 2 children. I want to support you through university. I don't want you to be someone else's stepmother. Mom, don't cry, Wu Yenyun said with a smile. Being a scholar is useless. What's the use of studying so much? It would be better to marry earlier. Meeting someone like Wu Chang isn't easy. I've made up my mind, I want to marry him. Whatever you two say, I'll still marry him. You both better get ready, Wu Chang's family will be here soon. I'm going to wash the dishes. With that, Wu Yenyun hurried with the dishes to the kitchen. Without another word, Yan Erju went straight to Wu Grandma's room. Beyond caring, she burst out scolding, You old hag. Was it you? Did you say something to Xiaoyun? You heartless old hag. You will go to hell. Wu Grandma holding her cane came out of the room. Her mouth is her own, what can I possibly say for her? Yan Erju, today is a great day for the Wu family, I can let this slide. Yan Erju, furious, Wu Yenyun hearing the commotion, immediately ran out from the kitchen, threw her arms around Yan Erju. Mom, don't be rash, I really am doing this voluntarily. It has nothing to do with grandma. I want to marry Wu Chang. If you don't agree, I'll go to Wu Chang's house myself. Wu Grandma scoffed, heard what your daughter said? Just like a shrew. Our family, bringing you in, has been unfortunate for generations. Around 10 in the morning, Wu Chang, his mother, and Wu Lan arrived punctually, accompanied by Wu Jinjin. Wu Jinjin with a smile, Yenyun, come out, important people have arrived at our house. Seeing the dilapidated Wu family home, Wu mother covered her nose contemptuously, this place is really a mess. No wonder they are selling their daughter. Wu Yenyun immediately came out from inside, smiling, come in and have a seat. Upon seeing Wu Yenyun, Wu Chang's eyes stuck on her, as if glued. Wu Jinjin looked at Wu Yenyun, where are your parents? Just then, Wu Jinshu and Yan Erju came out of the house. You must be Wu Chang's mother, right? We don't sell our daughter. Xiaoyun definitely won't marry into your family. Please leave. Well, find a way to return that 3,000 yuan dowry. Wu mother was taken aback, then said, You want to call off the marriage? Then bring 6,000 yuan. 6,000? Wu Jinshu's face turned pale, shocked. Wasn't it 3,000? Wu mother pulled out a contract from her pocket. It's written clearly here, black on white, backing out costs double the penalty. Either compensate us or marry off your daughter. Seems like today's meal won't happen. But let me leave these words here. Tomorrow is a good day, either marry off your daughter or pay 6,000 yuan. Wu mother was a shrewd person, she doesn't engage in losing deals. After speaking, Wu mother left with Wu Chang. Wu Jinjin hurriedly followed, offering appeasement, Mother-in-law, please don't go. We're supposed to be uniting families, not causing disputes. My brother didn't mean anything by it, please don't be angry. Wu Jinjin knew Wu Jinshu wouldn't have the 6,000 yuan to give to Wu mother, so she desperately tried to smooth things over. Being on good terms with the wealthy Wu family could only benefit her. In fact, Wu Jinshu indeed didn't have 6,000 yuan to give to Wu mother. Even 3,000 yuan was a struggle, let alone 6,000. Yan Erju sat on the ground looking up at Wu Jinshu. Jinshu, maybe we should just take the kids and run. Okay. Wu Jinshu thought it was a solution. I'll go pack our things right now. Let's leave tonight. Upon hearing that the couple wanted to flee, Grandma Wu was frantic. If they ran off, what would happen to the small Western-style house? She hadn't moved into the small Western-style house yet. Wu Yenyun said, Mom and Dad, I'm willing to marry Wu Chang. Given our family's current situation, where can we run? Leaving here, you and Dad won't even be able to find decent jobs. We would starve. Moreover, under these circumstances, the local authorities certainly won't issue us a proof of residence letter, and without it, where can we run? It was an era of restricted travel, where everyone needed introduction letters for long journeys, otherwise, they would be deemed undocumented migrants. Upon hearing this, Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju looked completely disheartened. Grandma Wu was overjoyed. Yen Erju hugged Wu Yenyun tightly. Xiaoyan, my daughter, my poor daughter. Wu Yenyun, holding Yen Erju, said, Mom, I'm doing this voluntarily. After marrying Wu Chang, I won't have to do anything. Just be a rich wife. I'm not pitiful at all. Wu Jinshu was also wiping away tears from behind. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. They were about to move to the small Western-style house, and Grandma Wu was very happy. She had cut many Shi characters overnight and posted them in every corner of the Wu family house. Wu Erlong asked curiously, Grandma, is Big Sister getting married? Yes, Grandma Wu nodded happily. Wu Erlong didn't say anything and turned to run to the room. Big Sister, are you getting married? Wu Yinyun nodded. Big Sister, I don't want you to get married. I don't want you to get married. Wu Erlong hugged Wu Yinyun tightly. Wu Yinyun smiled and said, Silly boy, girls have to get married when they reach the right age. Wu Erlong then ran to find Yen Erju. Mom, I don't want Big Sister to get married. Big Sister doesn't want to get married. I heard her crying last night. Mom, please don't marry her off, okay? Yen Erju's eyes, already swollen, instantly reddened and she wept uncontrollably. Wu Delong ran over and pulled Wu Erlong away. Erlong, come with me. Wu Erlong cried, Big Sister is getting married, and you still feel like playing. Are you even Big Sister's brother? The usually naive Wu Dong seemed to have grown up overnight. I know why Big Sister has to get married. It's because Grandma took the money from the landlord's sister's brother, those people who came yesterday. Erlong, let's go find Sister Yang, okay? Didn't Sister Yang tell us last time to come to her if we have any troubles? Sister Yang will definitely have a way to stop Big Sister from getting married. Wu Erlong nodded. Okay, let's go find Sister Yang. But I don't remember the way to Sister Yang's house. Wu Delong said, No worries, I have a good memory, I know the way. Chapter 842. Yang giving life lessons online. Hearing that Wu Delong knew the way to Ni Yang's house, Wu Erlong was overjoyed. He quickly grabbed Wu Dalong's hand as if he had grasped the last straw for salvation. Let's go, then we must find Sister Yang quickly. Hand in hand, the brothers ran swiftly towards the Zheng family's direction. The atmosphere in the Wu family's courtyard was very oppressive, and ironically, the door was covered with many happiness characters. Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju sat in the living room, wiping away their tears. They were just simple peasants. Faced with this kind of situation, they had no idea what to do. Grandma Wu came in from outside. Stop crying. It's a bad omen to wipe tears on a joyous day. Yenyun isn't just your daughter, she's my granddaughter too. Would I, as her grandmother, harm her? Harm her? Yen Erju said angrily. Isn't selling her off to be someone else's stepmother harming her? Is there any grandmother as cruel as you in the world? Wu Jinshu let out a deep sigh. His mother indeed hadn't had an easy life. She became a widow at 28, and the year his father died he was 10, and Wu Jinjin was only 6. During the year of the Great Famine he didn't know how his mother had survived. By rights, he should have been able to understand his mother, but he just couldn't. She was someone who had gone through so many hardships. Now that life had barely become a bit easier, why couldn't she just live peacefully? Mother, do you really have to turn our home upside down and destroy our family before you can be happy? Wu Jinshu looked at Grandma Wu with eyes filled with disappointment. Old Mother was dialect from their hometown, and since coming to Beijing he seldom referred to Grandma Wu that way. Grandma Wu gave Wu Jinshu a withering look. Today is a big happy day for Yenyun. I don't want to argue with you. And I don't want to quarrel, lest we become the laughing stock of others. You may hate me today, but perhaps after moving into the small Western-style house tomorrow, you will be grateful to me. Don't think I don't know, in fact, you are just putting on an act. Deep down, you're hoping to marry Yenyun off to Wu Chang. Who wouldn't want to live in such a fine house? Don't pretend to be virtuous after getting the benefits. After all, Yen Yun wasn't the biological child of Yen Erju and Wu Jinshu. Grandma Wu didn't believe they would be so heartbroken over a wild girl whose background was unknown. In an era where even a full meal was difficult to come by, a girl being able to exchange for so many good things would have many parents eager to send their daughters there without getting the chance. Hearing this, Yen Erju grabbed a teacup used for drinking water and threw it. Shut up! Shut up! Crash! The teacup shattered as it hit the ground. You dare to think like that, yet you're afraid of others saying it? Grandma Wu said. Erju! Wu Jinshu embraced Yen Erju tightly. Calm down, let's think of a solution together. I definitely won't let Yen Yun marry over. Definitely not. The couple wept together with their heads in their arms. Grandma Wu glanced at the couple and then walked towards Yan Yun's room. Yen Yun was really sitting by the bed, crying with her head down. Hearing footsteps, she quickly wiped her tears and looked towards the door. Grandma! Grandma Wu hummed in acknowledgement and walked in, expressing her discontent. You agreed to marry Wu Chang willingly, and now you're wiping tears and putting on an act. Who are you performing for? Are you trying to sow discord? Do you want your parents to hate this old woman to death? It's not. I didn't. Yen Yun hurriedly explained. She didn't blame anyone. She just wanted to cry, really wanted to cry, and couldn't hold back her tears at all. She still had a university dream, after all. Grandma Wu walked over to Yen Yun and handed her 2 red hair ropes. When I got married, I didn't even have red hair ropes. These are specially bought for you by your aunt. Thank you, Auntie. Yen Yun reached out to take the red hair ropes. Grandma Wu looked around the room and then asked, Where are your new clothes? What? Yen Yun was taken aback and didn't catch on. Stop playing dumb. Grandma Wu looked at Yen Yun, raising her voice. The new clothes that rich lady gave you, I heard there were 2 big bags of them. Didn't you say you were going to give them to Lianhua? It was because Grandma Wu said Yen Yun had 2 big bags of new clothes that Wu Jinjin had been generous for once, bringing 2 old hair ropes for Yen Yun. Yen Yun, where was she in the mood to think about those 2 bags of new clothes now? Only when Grandma Wu mentioned it did she remember those 2 bags of clothes. The clothes in the bags were all given by Enai Zehua. There were 2 pieces she had tried on, which looked very pretty. Wearing them, she felt like a city person. Chapter 843, Yang Yang Giving Life Lessons Online _2. When Wu Yinyun didn't speak for a long time, Grandma Wu got angry. You ungrateful girl. Where are the clothes? Where are the clothes? Our old Wu family has really raised a white-eyed wolf. You don't have a shred of gratitude. You will go and live a good life at Wu Chang's place in the future. Do you still care about those 2 new outfits? I raised you, and that's certainly worth more than those 2 bags of clothes. Wu Yinyun was numb by now. She walked behind the bed, took out the 2 bags of new clothes, and handed them to Grandma Wu. Seeing the new clothes, Grandma Wu's face looked slightly more pleased as she continued, Is this all? Emchim. Wu Yinyun nodded her head. Did you hide any? Grandma Wu somewhat disbelieved Wu Yinyun. No. Really none. Such nice clothes. She just couldn't believe Wu Yinyun didn't keep any to herself. Really none. Grandma Wu placed the clothes on the table. No, I must search. Wu Yinyun sighed and did not stop Grandma Wu. The room was small, separated into 2 sections, with only a bed and a broken cabinet. Grandma Wu searched thoroughly and, finally satisfied that Wu Yinyun had hidden nothing, she took the 2 bags of clothes and left. She specifically left through the side door. If she had left through the front door, she surely would have been seen by Wu Jinshu and his wife, Yen Erju. Wu Jinjin was already waiting for Grandma Wu in her bedroom. Wu Jinjin was the instigator of this situation and did not dare show her face in front of Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju. What if they decided to act ruthlessly? Mom! When she saw Grandma Wu enter, Wu Jinjin immediately stood up. Are these the new clothes you were talking about? Emchim. Grandma Wu nodded her head and handed the bag to Wu Jinjin. Wu Jinjin was like a hungry wolf spotting a lamb, her eyes sparkling as she took the bag and dumped out all the clothes, exclaiming continuously, Oh my! These clothes are all imported. I saw this one in the department store, it was over 100 yuan. These clothes were all new, the tags still hadn't been removed. I think I can wear this dress. Wu Jinjin picked up a lace-edged dress and held it up against herself. Then I'm keeping this one. Wu Jinjin was not tall. On Wu Yinyun, it was a short skirt, but on her, it became a long dress, which looked very uncoordinated. But she had never seen anything so fine and felt that wearing this dress would turn her into a glamour girl from a big poster. Grandma Wu continued, "You're so happy now, but your brother and your sister-in-law are furious with me. Especially your brother, he is really unfilial. I've worked so hard to raise him, and he even calls me a crazy old woman, saying I'm sick." "What?" Wu Jinjin immediately put down the clothes in her hand. "My brother dares to say that about you?" "That's right," Grandma Wu continued, "and your Yen Erju is just another outsider. She even dared to come at me with a kitchen knife wanting to kill me. Tell me, what bad karma have I created?" Grandma Wu had been holding back her anger for days, and now with Wu Jinjin there, she surely wanted to vent. Hearing this, Wu Jinjin was furious. "Mom, my brother is really too much. You've worked so hard to raise him, and this is how he treats you. Even a dog knows to wag its tail in gratitude. Besides, you're only doing it for him and his wife. I tell you, you've raised a son for someone else. Don't expect him to take care of you in future. If you grow old and can't walk, he probably won't even glance at you." Grandma Wu's brows quivered as Wu Jinjin spoke. She was already over 60, and it wasn't long before she wouldn't be able to walk. She was afraid Wu Jinshu would neglect her in the future. Given the recent events, it was very likely that Wu Jinshu would indeed neglect her. Wu Jinjin continued, "Mom, don't worry, you still have a good daughter. If my brother won't take care of you, I will in the future. Isn't there still 1900 yuan by your side? I think you should give me that money, just in case my brother and his wife trick you out of it. And that little Western-style house, I don't think you should give it to my brother anymore, give it to me instead. Our house is too small, and you can rest assured, he'll give you the best room to live in, he'll take good care of you. You see, I even scrape off a bit of meat from my own mouth to give to you. What has my brother given you? Not only does he give you nothing, but this time he's also made such a huge fight with you." Grandma Wu was very tempted by what Wu Jinjin said. Chapter 844, Yang giving life lessons online _3. Her son had failed her expectations, but she could still rely on her daughter. "Right, you're right. I can't count on that ungrateful son of mine anymore. That small Western-style house in front will be yours, but I'm keeping the money for myself." Grandma Wu was no fool, she wouldn't hand over the money just like that. That was her retirement fund. "So, Mom, you agree?" Wu Jinjin was overjoyed. It was a 2-story Western-style house, and Wu Jinjin almost thought she was hallucinating. After all, in Grandma Wu's eyes, boys were always the most important. Grandma Wu nodded. "Take it, and let your brother regret his actions. Every time I think about what he's done these past few days, it makes me uncomfortable. I've struggled so hard to raise him, and in the end, I've raised an enemy." Just then, some significant noise came from the doorway. Wu Jinjin said, "It's Wu Chang and the others." Grandma Wu immediately stood up. "Then let's hurry out to meet them." "Right." On the other side, Wu Delong and Wu Erlong were panting heavily as they ran to the Zheng family's home. Normally, Ni Yen wouldn't be home at this time, but coincidentally she was just about to leave the house when she saw the two brothers. "Dang, Xiaolong, what brings you here? Where's your elder sister?" Wu Dalong burst into tears. "Sister Yangyang, only you can save my elder sister now." Ni Yen was shocked. "What's going on?" "Don't rush, take your time to explain." Wu Delong cried so hard he could barely catch his breath. He didn't intend to cry, but he couldn't help it when he saw Ni Yang. Seeing Wu Dong like this, Wu Erlong said, "Sister Yangyang, please go save my elder sister. She's about to get married." "Get married? How could she suddenly be getting married?" Ni Yang frowned slightly. She had seen Wu Yenyun just 2 days ago and had heard nothing about this. "Let's go to your house now, and you can tell me on the way." Ni Yang took Wu Delong by one hand and Wu Erlong by the other and headed for the door. After a few steps, Ni Yang realized walking was too slow, so she went back with the two children. Let's take a car. They called the driver, and all rushed to the Wu family's home. It was Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong's first time in a sedan. Under normal circumstances, they would have been curious, but today, they didn't have time for that. In the car, Ni Yang roughly understood the situation. Wu Yanyan's parents were good, but her grandmother might not be. The Zheng family and Wu family were 3 kilometers apart, a 15-minute drive but much longer by foot. Dang Erlong, how did you get here? Ni Yang asked. Wu Erlong cried, Sister Yang, we ran here. Can we please hurry up? I'm afraid I won't see my elder sister again when I get back. Only then did Ni Yang notice that the brothers were sweating profusely, and Wu Delong had even scraped a big gash in his knee. These kids really weren't having an easy time. Ni Yang hurriedly urged the driver, Uncle Lu, please, go faster. The driver reluctantly said, Miss, there are too many people on the road today. It's usually not this crowded, no idea what's happening today. Ni Yang continued, Uncle Lu, let me do it. The driver thought he had misheard. Miss, what did you say? I'll drive. Ni Yang had quite enjoyed driving in her previous life, so she was skilled at it. The driver never expected Ni Yang could drive, let alone that she could drive so well. A woman driving was truly a rare sight back in the day. Wu Jinjin and Grandma Wu walked outside, and indeed, Wu Chang had come for the wedding procession. It wasn't just Wu Chang, his mother, Wu Lan, and other relatives from the Wu family were there, but the young men smoking at the front clearly meant trouble. These were local ruffians Wu Lan had roped in to intimidate Wu Yenyun and Erju. The relatives are here, Grandma Wu said with a sycophantic smile. Wu Lan somewhat looked down on this old lady. If Jin Shu and Erju had willingly married into their family, that would be one thing, but clearly, the two were opposed. She prided herself on her dignity and disliked making others uncomfortable, but Wu Chang was too fond of Wu Yenyun. For her son's sake, she felt she had no choice. Where's Yenyun? Wu Lan asked. Grandma Wu replied, she's inside. Jin, go bring Yenyun out. Okay. Wu Jin immediately headed inside. Just then, Erju and Jinshu walked out from inside, blocking Wu Jinjin's way. Chapter 845. Yang giving life lessons online _4. Wu Jinjin said with a smile, Brother and sister-in-law, on this joyful day, what do you want to do? Let me take Yenyun out. Wu Jinshu looked at his somewhat unfamiliar sister. This is the Wu family. It's not the turn of a married girl to be the head of the family. Our Yenyun still needs to study, go to college. She cannot get married. Wu Jinjin speechlessly said, Brother, what are you talking about? Are you still confused at this time? Mother Wu looked at Wu Chang. Xiangzi, go and greet your father-in-law and mother-in-law quickly. Oh sure. Wu Chang was dressed festively today, with a red flower pinned to his chest, smoothly pulling out 2 large red envelopes from his pocket. Mom and Dad, here's a little something from your son-in-law, please accept it with a smile. Yen Erju and Wu Jinshu, of course, wouldn't take it. Wu Chang's hand just stiffened in midair. Wu Jinjin, seeing this, reached out and took the red envelopes. Xiangzi, since my brother and sister-in-law are too shy to accept, let me take it on their behalf. Wu Jinshu looked at Wu Chang. Comrade Wu Chang, our Yenyun is only 17 this year. She is still young. She can't marry you. Please understand the hearts of us as parents. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang's face instantly turned ugly. He had come today to claim his bride, not to listen to Wu Jinshu say all this. Just then, Mother Wu stood up. Then please understand the heart of me as a mother. The bride price was taken, the agreement signed, the house demanded, and now you're calling it off. Where in the world does this make any sense? I'm telling you, my son isn't lacking potential wives. He's quite eligible. Countless young girls dream of marrying him. It was your family's old lady who personally took Yenyun to meet suitors. From beginning to end, we haven't troubled you once, and now you act like this? Who are you showing off for? Wu Jinjin pocketed the red envelopes. In-laws, please don't be angry, my brother and sister-in-law didn't mean it like that. Wu Jinshu strode over and slapped Wu Jinjin across the face. You shut up. Wu Jinjin was stunned by the slap. Wu Jinshu continued, Comrade, we are both parents, I understand you and I hope you can understand me too. We, as parents, were unaware of this situation from the beginning. Had we known, we would have never allowed Yenyun to marry. Yenyun is only 17 this year. She still needs to continue her studies. Mother Wu nodded. All right, I'm not unreasonable. Since you want to call off the marriage, just bring out 6,000 yuan. At these words, Wu Jinshu sighed. I don't have 6,000 yuan right now, comrade. Can you be flexible? I can write you an IOU. Rest assured we will definitely repay this money. Grandma Wu heard this and felt trouble brewing. No, she could not let Wu Jinshu write an IOU to Mother Wu. She still wanted to live in that small Western-style house. Grandma Wu quickly intervened. An IOU? 6,000 yuan is not 6 yuan. Our family can hardly scrape together 600 yuan, let alone 6,000 yuan. Mother-in-law, please don't accept his IOU, he can't pay it back. Wu Jinshu clenched his teeth and said, Then I'll go sell my blood. Sell organs? Rest assured, my wife and I will definitely repay this 6,000 yuan. Just then, Wu Yun burst out of the house. Mom and Dad, I don't want you to sell blood or organs. I'll marry. I'm willing to marry Wu Chang. 17 years ago, if not for her parents, she would have already died. Repaying them now was the least she could do. What was marrying after all? Wu Chang's family was in such good condition, she should be content. Mother Wu said with a smile, See, isn't everyone happy now? Grandma Wu also relaxed. Xiaoyun. Yen Erju held Wu Yanyun's hand. No, I won't let you marry. Mom, I'm fine. Fearing that Yen Erju would worry, Wu Yenyun kept a smile on her face. I am willing to marry Wu Chang, I really am. Mother Wu came over, broke up the two hands, and pushed Wu Yenyun to Wu Chang's side. Big sister, if you ask me, you should respect the child's wishes. Rest assured, Yenyun won't be mistreated marrying into our family. Just look at the life your family leads. Is that really fit for people? She can only have good fortune with us. Seeing how cooperative Wu Yenyun was, Mother Wu was significantly relieved. Selling organs sounds easy, but could you two really go sell organs? Not to be blunt, but what if you both died on the operating table? How could Yenyun be at peace afterwards? Moreover, you two still have 3 children. Who will provide for those 3 children in the future? Chapter 846. Yang giving life lessons online _5. Wu's mother patted Yen Erju's back. Big sister, you can rest assured, Yenyun won't suffer with us. No, I can't sell my daughter, I can't sell my daughter no matter what. Yen Erju cried inconsolably. Wu's mother laughed. This is marrying off a daughter, not selling one. I can't marry her off, I can't marry her off. Yen Erju shouted, Jinshu, bring Xiaoyun back. Hurry. Only then did Wu Jinshu react, wiping away her tears and going to pull Wu Yenyun. Wu Chang immediately blocked in front of Wu Yenyun. Wu's mother made a gesture with her eyes to several men from the community. They immediately took control of Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju. Wu's mother turned to Wu Chang. What are you dawdling for? Get your bride back home now. Oh, okay. The crackling sounds of firecrackers rose, drowning out the cries of Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju. Wu's mother was a person of status, and for today's wedding procession, she had specially rented a Santana, with a dozen bicycles following behind. With one hand, Wu Chang led Wu Yenyun, and with the other, he opened the car door. Wu Yenyun looked back at her parents, then with a heavy heart, got into the car. Seeing that Wu Yenyun was in the car, they only then released Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju. Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju immediately rushed out, sprinting behind the car. Yenyun! Xiaoyun! Wu Yenyun looked back at them from inside the car, and before she knew it, she was also in tears. The car was fast, but Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju did not give up, falling and getting up again, a sight so heart-wrenching to watch. Stop the car now. Wu Yenyun knocked on the rear window. Don't worry, Yenyun, I will treat you well in the future. Wu Chang patted Wu Yanyun's hand. Wu Yanyun could not care less about anything else and cried, I'm begging you, can you just stop the car? Wu Chang looked up at Wu's mother. Wu's mother flatly refused, no. The bride cannot go back the way she came. It's bad luck. Wu Chang said, Mom says no, so let's just forget it. That's when, screech. A sound of urgent braking ripped through the air. Everyone in the car lurched forward from the sudden momentum, their bodies crashing heavily towards the front. What's happening? Wu's mother looked at the driver. The driver himself was quite frightened. There's someone blocking the road. Perhaps they're after wedding candies? Many people, in order to get a lucky share, would intercept wedding cars, asking for wedding candies, peanuts, and such. Wu's mother said, You all stay put. I'll go and take a look. Wu's mother opened the car door and stepped out to see an imported car blocking their way. They didn't seem like they were here for wedding candies. Just then, the car door opened, and a slender figure emerged from inside. Backlit, her face was somewhat difficult to make out. Wu's mother squinted her eyes, her temples throbbing furiously. Why did she feel? This person seemed to bear ill will? Wu's mother felt a panicky retreat, stepping many paces backward. The figure approached closer, and the face previously hidden in sunlight gradually became visible. It was a very beautiful and bold set of features. As clear and pure as snow. Are you Wu Chang's mother? An Yang stopped in front of Wu's mother. Wu's mother swallowed hard. Yes, I am. This young lady couldn't be more than 17 or 18 years old, but Wu's mother felt the nerves one has when a subordinate meets a superior leader in front of her. That kind of awe was emanating from deep within, impossible to suppress. Where is Yanyun? An Yang continued. Inside the car. When Wu Yanyun saw An Yang, somehow, her heart, which had been suspended, suddenly relaxed at that moment. That feeling was like someone who had been blind for a long time suddenly seeing sunlight. Disregarding Wu Chang's attempt to stop her, Wu Yanyun opened the car door and stepped out. Yang. Yanyun. An Yang smiled faintly. Big sister. Wu Erlong burst out of the car, hugging Wu Yanyun. Wu Dong, following An Yang's instructions, ran back to pick up the youngest brother. Wu's mother's frown deepened. Yanyun, why did you get out of the car? Get back in quickly. You have no right to tell Yanyun to get back in the car. An Yang spoke indifferently. Wu's mother declared confidently, Yanyun is our Wu family's daughter-in-law. How do I not have the right? Xianxia, get out of the car and bring your bride up. A big man like you can't even keep a hold of your own bride. Wu Chang immediately got out of the car. Wu Yanyun instinctively hid behind An Yang. Seeing that things didn't look right, Wu Lan quietly slipped away, planning to bring Wu Jinjin and Grandma over. Chapter 847, Yang giving life lessons online _6. Fortunately, the Wu family wasn't far away. Yanyun, hurry back with me. Don't make Mom angry or I'll beat you up. Wu Chang waved his fist at Wu Yanyun. But before his hand reached Wu Yanyun, his knee was suddenly racked with intense pain, and in an instant, Wu Chang was kneeling on the ground. Wu's mother's face paled. How could you hit someone? Xianxia, are you okay? Do you have no regard for the law? I'm telling you, I'm going to call the police. An Yang smiled faintly. You can kidnap someone in broad daylight, so why can't I hit someone? Besides, the person who swung first was your son. Legally, this is self-defense. How is it kidnapping? Wu Yanyun is our daughter-in-law who we paid 3,000 yuan to marry. The kidnapper is you. Wu's mother pulled out the agreement from her pocket. Do you see this? It's clearly written in black and white on this agreement. Just then, Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju rushed over from behind. Yen Erju said, We didn't take her dowry money, not a single cent. We don't sell our daughter. Wu's mother's complexion turned white again, furious. From what you're saying, you want to deny the debt? Don't think just because you have someone backing you that you can deny the debt. An Yang spoke calmly. Don't rush to anger. I'm a reasonable person. As I know, the person who took this money isn't aunt and uncle, right? The person who took the dowry money is me. Suddenly, an elderly voice sounded from behind. Wu's grandmother and Wu Jinjin squeezed through the crowd. "Who is this little girl meddling in our family's business?" Wu Jinjin quickly laughed it off. "In-law mother, don't be angry, we don't know this little girl." Hearing that Ni Yang was unrelated to the Wu family, Wu's mother breathed a sigh of relief. An outsider wanting to stand up for Wu Yenyun? Difficult. From what Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong said earlier, Ni Yang guessed that they must be Wu Yenyun's aunt and grandmother. Who knew these two were such characters, selling off Yenyun and yet acting so righteous? Ni Yang nodded slightly. "Oh, so it's you who took the money. Then the person who put their fingerprint on it is also you?" "Of course it's me." Wu's grandmother said, Yenyun's grandmother. Traditionally, a marriage is arranged by parents. Whomever I decide she should marry, she will. Ni Yang smiled. "So you know about parental commands and arranged marriages. Have you forgotten your role?" Wu's grandmother choked and retorted, "Who is this little girl? Our Wu family affairs are none of your business." Ni Yang turned her gaze to Wu's grandmother. "Not long ago, I just recognized your brother and sister-in-law as my godparents. As her sister, shouldn't I intervene when Yenyun is treated this way?" Her tone was calm yet carried an indescribable force that made Wu's grandmother shiver inwardly. Wu Yenyun looked at Ni Yang in surprise, tears suddenly appearing. This feeling of having someone to rely on. It was indescribable in words. Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju were also surprised, but beyond the surprise, they felt grateful. Blessed by heaven. Finally, someone was willing to stand up for their family. Knowing Ni Yang was not someone to be trifled with and not wanting to escalate the situation, Wu's mother conceded, "Fine. Since you want to involve yourself in this, then compensate us 6,000 yuan. Otherwise, you're not taking her with you today." 3,000 had turned into 6,000, but when she thought about it carefully, she wasn't at a loss. Though Grandma Wu was somewhat reluctant, she didn't say much more. If Ni Yang paid the 6,000 yuan, she'd still have 1,900 left. And from Ni Yang's attire, it was clear she wasn't just anybody. Could Ni Yang afford the 6,000 yuan and still worry about the cost of a small Western-style house? By then, she would definitely be able to afford a small Western-style house. "Auntie, you don't seem old, but you certainly talk big," Ni Yang looked at Wu's mother. "So, do you think you can still restrict Yanyun's freedom?" Wu's mother, holding the agreement, said, "Do you think you can still deny the debt?" Smiling, Ni Yang responded, "Would you like to see whose signature is on this agreement? There's an owner for every debt. Find whoever signed it and ask them for the money." Wu's mother retorted, "Young lady, so you want to argue, huh? Take a good look. It clearly says here that this is Yanyun's betrothal money. If you don't pay, who will?" Ni Yang turned to Grandma Wu. "The person who fingerprinted it is her, you should tell her this." Hearing this, Grandma Wu was so frightened that she clutched her pocket tightly. She had no intention of paying. Ni Yang was so wealthy and also Yanyun's sworn sister. She ought to cover this expense for Yenyun and then compensate her with a small Western-style house. Wu's mother was about to explode with anger when Ni Yang leaned forward slightly, casting a large shadow over her. A gentle voice then whispered in her ear, "Auntie, let me remind you that Yenyun is still a minor. If this goes to the police station, it might even lead to human trafficking charges against you. This written agreement is the evidence. From what I understand, the buyer usually gets a harsher sentence than the seller." The last sentence, though spoken evenly, visibly paled Wu's mother's face. She'd calculated everything except the fact that Yenyun was not yet of age. Suddenly, the agreement in black and white became a hot potato. As Ni Yang finished her sentence and straightened up with a smile on her face, she clapped her hands. "Auntie, there's evidence in this black and white text. It seems the debtors are Wu Jinjin and Wu's missus, right? Remember to ask them for the money. If they don't pay, go ahead and call the police to arrest them." Wu's mother was momentarily unable to comprehend what she'd heard. Whose side was Ni Yang on exactly? Wasn't she here to help Yenyun? Then why was she asking her to get the money from Grandma Wu and Wu Jinjin? Weren't Grandma Wu and Wu Jinjin part of Yanyun's family? After speaking, An Yang leaned in and whispered something else to Wu's mother. Wu's mother nodded. After finishing, An Yang waved at Wu's mother. Goodbye, Auntie. Remember to ask them for the money. Just then, Wu Delong came over carrying Xiaolong, and An Yang called out, Godfather, Godmother, Yan Yun, Dang Erlong, let's get in the car. When Grandma Wu and Wu Jinjin saw everyone boarding the luxurious sedan, they panicked. Everyone was getting in, so they had to as well. One was Yan Yun's grandmother, the other his aunt. It made no sense for Yan Yun's family of 6 to go enjoy themselves without them. Just as the 2 women were about to follow, Wu's mother stopped them. You 2 need to pay back the money first. Crying, Grandma Wu said, I don't have any money. Let Yan Yun's sworn sister pay, she's rich. Wu's mother firmly replied, I don't care. I'll go after whoever owes the money. It's your 2 fingerprints pressed on this. Chapter 848, Times Create Heroes. A gentleman on the beam seeing her mother demanding money, Grandma Wu immediately resorted to her specialty. She sat on the ground and started throwing a tantrum, crying and wailing. But Wu's mother wasn't someone to be trifled with. During her years as a street director, what kind of troublemaker hadn't she seen? You throwing a tantrum with me won't work. Debt repayment is a matter of principle. It was you who took the money, the thumbprints are yours and your daughter's. Today either pay up or go to jail for 8 liang. Wu Jinjin was startled. She definitely didn't want to go to prison. She was uneducated and lacked culture. Unaware that the agreement wasn't legally binding, she only knew that repaying debts was the natural order of things. Dear relatives, please don't be angry. Although the money was taken by my mother, it was meant for Yan Yun's dowry. You should ask my brother and his wife for it. Their goddaughter is so rich, they surely won't miss these 6,000 yuan. Holding the agreement, Wu's mother said, These are your mother's and your thumbprints. If I report this to the police, they will only look for you too. Forget it, I don't want the 6,000 anymore. Just give me back 3,000. They'll just take the loss this time. It's impossible to get Grandma Wu to part with the money. Once the money was in her pocket, it was hers. I don't have any money. Grandma Wu clutched her pocket tightly, as if to say there wasn't 300 silver taels there. Wu's mother laughed. No money, is it? Well, they'll just report you to the police. Xianxia, go to the police station right now and get this old shrew and the young one arrested. No pay, no freedom. You really think I can be easily fooled? Wu Chang was a simpleton and, hearing his mother's words, immediately pushed his bicycle, saying, All right, Mom, I'm on it. Wu Jinjin turned white with fear. Mom, please take the money out. I don't want to go to jail. I have elderly and young to care for. I don't want to go to jail. Seeing that Wu Chang was truly about to report to the police, Grandma Wu got scared too. At her ripe old age, she certainly didn't want to die in a cell. She immediately stood up from the ground and grabbed Wu Chang's bicycle. I'll pay back the money, just let it be. Wu's mother signaled to Wu Chang with her eyes, and he stopped his bicycle. Grandma Wu pulled out a shabby cloth pouch from her pocket, unwrapped it layer by layer to reveal the crisp blue-green 100 renminbi banknotes inside. She hadn't even warmed up this money before it swiftly became someone else's. As Wu's mother took the money from Grandma Wu, the old lady clutched the banknotes tightly. Wu's mother had to pull hard to retrieve them. After counting, she frowned. How come there's over 1,000 yuan missing? That 1,100 yuan had been spent on Wu Jinjin's bicycle and sewing machine, and Grandma Wu had used a dozen more to buy meat and new clothes. Grandma Wu said, that 1,000 was used to buy things. That's all I have left now. Hearing this, Wu Jinjin's heart skipped a beat. Her bicycle and sewing machine had only been bought a few days ago. She hadn't even learned to ride the bike, and she hadn't been willing to use the sewing machine yet. Wu's mother continued, Then those things will compensate for the money. Wu Jinjin screamed, No way. I don't agree. Wu's mother turned to Wu Chang. Xianxia, maybe you should visit the police station after all. Okay. Wu Chang nodded. Wu Jinjin rushed to hold Wu Chang's bike. Compensate. Well, compensate you. Wu's mother was secretly thrilled. She had thought she'd lost those 3,000 yuan for good when Wu Yenyun was still a minor, but to her surprise, she managed to get it back. And it was all thanks to Ni Yang's tip. So, the procession set out to take the sewing machine and bicycle from Wu Jinjin's home. When they returned home, Wu's mother unceremoniously burned the agreement. After Wu's mother left, Grandma Wu sat in the empty courtyard, sobbing and wailing. Wu Jinjin sat beside her, joining in the crying. The mother and daughter had pinned their hopes on Wu Yenyun coming into a fortune, but in the end, it had all been in vain. After a good while of crying, Wu Jinjin gradually calmed down. "Mom, don't cry. He's still your biological son after all. Now that they've recognized such a capable goddaughter, I refuse to believe he'll disown you, his own mother." At these words, Grandma Wu seemed to instantly find her backbone. "Right, Jinjin, you're right." Wu Jinjin went on. "Besides, my brother and his wife still have their home here. I refuse to believe they'll abandon it altogether. When the time comes, you must enjoy the good life with them, and don't forget about me." Grandma Wu patted Wu Jinjin's hand. "Don't worry, Jinjin. With your brother's goddaughter being so rich, I won't let you down." You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.